now it's recording, we can say all the horrible things.
Yep.
We get to drive to Minneapolis next week for a conference. 4+ hour drive.
But Juicy Lucy's, right?
What's that?
But Juicy Lucy's?
No, what do they have?
Lucy. I've never had one before. If I'm going to go to Minneapolis, I'm going to get a Juicy Lucy.
Oh, yeah, no, it is. I'm thinking of the St. Louis has the butter cake. Mm. That's good. What's the Juicy Lucy's, the one that has like the cheese inside the cheeseburger?
Yeah. I'm curious how that pans out. And also, like, we're supposed to be the ones doing cheese, and, who do they think they are and all that.
Yeah.
Those assholes.
That's why I've already decided it's just not good.
How dare you? No, I keep emailing asking for people to drive, like, the student van. Like, nope.
No.
Nope. I did that when I was a student, and it sucked. But I did it because they paid for your conference. If you did that, like, okay, fine. But I'm a grown-up now, so nope, I'm good.
Yeah, plus it's strangely dangerous. Like, there are things that are just as dangerous as getting in the car with someone that you know because you work with them, but you don't literally know anything else about them. Like, I got in the car one time in that kind of circumstance, and like, she sat down, and then like the windshield wipers turned on, and like, she was just like, "Oh geez, help, what do I, like, do you actually know how to drive a car?" That's when I realized, like, I don't know anything about you at all.
Oh.
Like,
See,
all.
They don't have driver's license, so I would have to drive them the entire way there. So I can't just listen to my podcasts or my stupid old lady music, and I'd have to listen to their undergrad chatter about, I don't know, beer bongs and shit. And I just want to zone out and not have to socialize with people.
It's a long time to be stuck in a car.
Yes. So yeah, no, they don't have driver's licenses, so I'd have to drive like the van pool. Like, I'll just drive my car. Thanks. Pass. But we get to talk about Caitlin Clark the whole way there.
What's a Caitlin Clark?
Caitlin Clark is the women's basketball player that is quite the sensation here amongst the Hawkeyes, because she basketballs quite well indeed, and she is going to get the top honors amongst the basketballing women.
That honor that you know the name of.
Yes.
The Stanley Cup.
The Stanley Cup.
Stanley.
But not the one you drink out of.
The Stanley Ball. Because she basketballs very well. The same conference always takes place during the final 8 basketballing.
The March thing.
Yes, the March sports ball. So the deans have like a bet among the schools. It's a thing. So we have to engage in the social aspect of watching the basketballing, and the photographer's there and takes pictures of the dean in her Hawkeye gear watching the basketballing. Huzzah!
Apparently this weekend is like wrestling, or this week or something. It was like wrestling championships or something going on downtown, because everywhere you looked it was like parking $50.
Which,
oh my God. College or basketball? Or college or high school?
I think it's the high school tournaments or something.
Okay. So
but
not Iowa.
The restaurant people, sometimes I look at their social media stuff. The restaurant people always talk about like when state happens, whether it's basketball or hockey or wrestling or whatever, like, what are the crowds like? And just the different crowds that come with those type of things.
Yeah.
They all agree what the wrestling is the worst ones.
Really? Because it's like extra macho?
Maybe it's where people come from, I don't know, like, but rude, bad tipping, that sort of thing.
Oh, That's too bad.
Well, when you think about all of those restaurants as place to feed giant wrestler type, like, most of the people who are going to complain about those customers are also going to have customers that complain about them because it's not a place made for them.
I mean, most places in Wisconsin are made for them, but
at least conferences.
Hungry rural weirdos.
Yeah. I mean, they do fine with the CrossFit people, but those tend to be a little fancier, maybe.
A little, yeah.
They're all paleo and need all the chicken breasts in the city.
It's a combination of like extreme athleticism and ego. And if you are among the top of your sport and everyone's telling you you're hot shit, that I can see being a problem because now you got that ego.
But what's the difference between them and the hockey players? They're fine with the hockey crowd that comes in.
The hockey crowd are all super rich.
That's true.
They are
the
old.
Wrestlers are probably
They're old and they're rich and they're done with dinner by 6. What restaurant doesn't love that?
I figured they were just like basically Canadians, like whatever, man. We're just here to drink and have fun, and we're no bad vibes.
They have to have money. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they probably tip better or whatever.
Hockey has to have money? Why?
If you want to play hockey?
Why?
It's like the most expensive sport you can get into outside of like car racing.
Why?
All the equipment. And just the fees, because you have to basically support these indoor refrigerated lakes. You know, it's everything about it. It's the most expensive one to participate in. So. And
the people who are going to be in the tournaments are going to be people who are in tournaments all the time. Like I have a friend of mine who he's taking his kid like year round for hockey to Florida, to Minneapolis, to wherever to be on like super high powered teams and get better at hockey.
So it's like the beauty pageant crowd where this is what they put their money in.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey and golf.
Golf
is the other one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who's on an actual golf team has money.
Yep. If for no other reason than because they're not doing anything else.
At least this conference is in like Minneapolis proper. I've been
that whole St. Paul.
Well, no, like I went that one year and it was in Dearborn, Michigan. It was in a hotel that was in the middle of a concrete slab, quite a walk from a dead mall, and that was it. You couldn't go anywhere for dinner without having to get a long ride. There was no shopping, there was no walking, there was nothing to do. It was a shithole. It's nice when you can just, I don't know, in between sessions, go somewhere. You're not tied to the conference hall. I'm only going because I'm getting a paper award, so I'm gonna. Thank you. I nominated myself. No excellence where I see it. I nominated myself. So I'm going, but it's like I don't have any other speaking engagements, which on one hand is nice, but it also means like, oh shit, what do I do with myself?
There's lots in Minneapolis.
No, I'm bummed that Mel and Nick aren't there.
Yeah.
Matt won't come with me.
Where are they?
Nobody would take Elodie to her dentist appointment if I came with you.
Fuck Elodie's teeth, she's fine.
I mean, if
the dentist asks, I'll quote that.
Tell them that.
Her mom said, fuck Elodie's teeth.
Whatever.
So I had to bring her. Fix her teeth quick.
Modern teeth are very cobbled. I forgot about my dentist appointment last time.
Oop.
It was like, I can't remember. There's a lot going on that day. I completely spaced it. Like, can I reschedule? Like, yeah, in 5 months.
Yeah. Mine was supposed to be with Elodie's. I go and I do mine and I take hers, take her to hers, and oh yeah, conference. So I have to reschedule mine.
But then I was like, like what's the worst that could happen? Like there's never, for me anyway, there's never like okay, well, keep going and flossing and whatever. See you in 6 months.
We have to keep checking up on how Elodie's teeth are coming in. She's going to need orthodontia.
Yeah, Mabel has her orthodontist consult next month. Looking forward to all of that.
Yeah.
Oh God, I feel so bad about it. It's going to be so bad.
My sister
But you look at her teeth, and she needs orthodontia. Like there isn't enough room in her upper jaw, so she's got like her cuspids like out in front of her other teeth because that's where they fit. Like
Mabel's got like her 2 front teeth are like coming out weird now, getting pushed in weird, and she's got sort of weird overbite problem. Anyways, like Tony's got a little bit. They're like, yeah, but you can get braces for him too, but it'll be mostly cosmetic. Like Mabel, because otherwise it's going to be wearing down her gums and teeth, and it's going to be.
So he's getting off easy, but Mabel needs the full treatment.
It'd be nice if that kind of thing was covered by insurance.
I'm so shocked it isn't, because I mean, you look at their teeth, like there's no way their teeth can keep growing like this. This is not sustainable for a functioning mouth. But it doesn't count as a health necessity. It's cosmetic or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you can deal with it with more archaic methods like pulling teeth.
I think part of the problem is that no one even really got dental work for a very long time.
Yeah, they also died a lot.
No, I know, but when they wrote up a lot of the rules, like dentist wasn't included the same way like pet care wasn't included because people just didn't. That wasn't even a thing you thought of.
Yep.
What about my biannual trip to the dentist? Your what? Like dentist? You mean the guy that sews you up when you injure yourself at work?
You mean the barber?
Yeah, you mean the barber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That lady who gives you whiskey and pulls out your black teeth. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's how they solved my orthodontic problem on my upper jaw. They pulled my first bicuspids. Like, well, no room for these in there. Punk.
Yep.
Cool.
No, would I sacrifice some teeth if I could have kept my wisdom teeth if there was enough room? Much more chewing power.
What do you like more, chewing or biting?
Right, I feel like I'm more of a chewer than a biter.
Oh, and then, yeah. I had my lower right wisdom tooth pulled when something got infected and like was interfering with the nerve that shoots all the way down my jaw, so it was intense tooth pain in the bottom front. That sucked. But the whole wisdom tooth extraction and post-op care sucked. And that was back in the day when they could give you pain control.
Yeah.
That's what I told her. Keep telling me, do you want to pull this tooth? Because one of my wisdom teeth has some of the crown cracked off. Like, it's a wisdom, we can just pull it. Like, yeah, I'm not going to do that until it causes an actual problem. Because you can't prescribe me effective pain control. So, it'll be there until it starts being problematic. Then I'll have something done.
Yeah, that was
it.
I was like eating my 6 ibuprofen every 2 hours.
That was when Katie's dad gave me money for oral surgery. I was in so much pain and well, it's really expensive and I didn't have dental. And he's like, yeah, I need a job. Illustrate some poems. Here's the payment up front. Go get your teeth fixed.
It is absolutely ridiculous that we don't have coverage for that shit. Like that's, yeah. Oh.
And then I remember poor kids when I was teaching who'd have rotting teeth. And it just, that kind of thing can cause heart problems and other stuff.
Yep.
One of my friends through my sewing group she has twins. I think met her Danielle. Her twins were born premature, as twins are, so have had breathing issues for a long time and take large doses of steroids. And her son Bram is hungry all the time, so he sneaks food and doesn't take very good care of his teeth. So he has been having really big problems with his teeth rotting, and he's just a bit older than Elodie, so he already has to have like some teeth removed and like, yeah.
Wow.
And she's, there's no neglect or abuse there, but he's on steroids so often because of his breathing problems, and it just makes you like panic hungry. So he'll sneak out of his bedroom and just eat food all night and not brush his teeth. And it's really hard when kids have teeth problems like that. 'Cause, one, it's expensive, it's painful, and
then they can't eat effectively and they're in pain.
And having good teeth is just one of those things that just, like, from a social standpoint, when someone has really messed up teeth, it's obvious.
Oh, I remember, the breath of a rotting tooth.
I was gonna say, there's a difference between
it's like
my
something
teeth
died.
don't look nice versus I have a serious condition of, parts of my body are rotting. That's a big.
You should
Yeah,
smell
that's
it.
that's a great turning point in one's life when you're eating something and find some grit or something in it and pull it out. And your first question is this part of me?
Yeah.
Was this from the food or me?
Boy, I hope somebody dropped something in my food.
Exactly.
My crowns are always my temporary crowns are always coming off, even the permanent crowns, too early. So that's always the game when I'm eating, like, oh, something was hard in there. Was that in the food or was that my tooth? Oh shit, it was my tooth. And I was lecturing once, and so I'm like mid-sentence, and I could feel it drop out of my mouth. And I'm in the front of an entire class of undergrads. Like, oh my God, my tooth just dropped into my mouth. So I had to discreetly work it out and pull it out and just put it in my pocket and keep going, because it was the one in the back, so you couldn't see it. But nothing. That was nothing. Let's keep going.
Yeah, just having boring teeth and never having had anything happen to them. I definitely probably take that for granted. The amount of nonsense I have not had to put up with. And I've been just like the tooth Nazi with my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Somebody has to be.
Because your cousin even again, not abuse, neglect or anything, but not always supervising what the kids are doing, and then they end up with cavities here and there, and then that can snowball. So
Which cousin?
resume.
Oh.
So fingers crossed they'll keep
you quickly run into the wall of you can't actually live their lives for them.
Right.
Like, you can keep telling them and try and enforce and check up, but at some point, I can't actually do this for you. You have to brush your teeth.
Yeah, middle schoolers are eating and drinking all sorts of nonsense all day.
Yep.
Luckily, they're the cool thing right now is Prime, and I'm pretty sure that won't rot your teeth. I don't think it's not carbonated. Prime. It's just one of those flavor water things.
Is that?
But
is that what Elodie got at Sky Zone?
Probably.
That bottle of partially coconut water, or whatever, or something.
Yes, that was. I had never seen that before.
Prime, and it's like a plastic bottle. And
yeah,
I think there's a version of it that might be caffeinated, but I'm pretty sure it's just another flavor vitamin water kind of thing. It's just flavor water. So.
Speaking of caffeinated stuff, I keep hearing stories about Panera's caffeinated lemonade that people were dying from.
Like, I like my caffeine in something bitter and kind of bad tasting because I can't drink too much of it.
Yeah.
At least in something that I expect to be caffeinated.
Mm-hmm.
My only problem there was it's lemonade, and I don't expect that. Now, I wouldn't drink whatever that guy did, like 3 32-ounce cups of whatever that was. Like, okay. And the problem is it had as much caffeine as coffee. And no one is going to drink 96 ounces of coffee in like an hour. That's not going to happen.
Not that fast.
They need to make it neon Mountain Dew green or something.
Right.
Lemonade is neon.
No, greenish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but greenish. Yeah, something totally unnatural.
Oh, that was one of the guys in the academy. I don't remember if it was his training officer or somebody. He was like, "Oh, do you put sugar in your coffee?" He was like, "No, I don't want my drugs to taste good." Like, oh yeah, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the issues with vaping right now, right?
Yeah, the edibles.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
The edibles?
Mm-hmm.
More for me.
Someday Wisconsin will get those, and then That was fun in California, going with my mom and sister and brother to like the fancy edibles shop, getting little cookies.
You went to a shop? They'll do delivery.
Oh, right.
Like a fucking pizza.
But it was fun going to the little shop, and they had lots of shelves and the very friendly salespeople to tell it. Because
I bet.
That was the first time I'd ever been to any sort of dispensary or anything, and probably only time.
The California pot shop employee totally wants you to have a mellow time, dude.
It was set up like the Apple store. It was like big, clean and bright, and everything on like little pedestals for you to examine. It was the one my brother recommended we take my mom to.
The dispensaries I have been in Illinois have been a weird combination of Apple Store, slick, high tech, and hardcore drug dealing. Like, you go from just the slick displays and all this stuff, and then the guy in the bulletproof glass security booth who's checking your ID, and the line, like the man trap on the exit, like, no, you can't get out of here that fast. There's no sprinting out of this place. Very strange. Which has nothing to do with the product, everything to do with that because of how banking works. It's all cash. Mm-hmm. So they probably have, at any given point in time, millions of dollars in cash on site. Like, they have more cash on site than your average bank. So I get the, like, oh no, this is very secure because we're a target, let's say. But still, very weird.
The thing Cicely was talking about was out in California, though, not the Illinois ones.
Sure.
Yeah. The California one, I mean, there was like people checking your ID on the way in, but it was very groovy.
When I went to Costume Con last year, it happened to fall on April 20th. So, and I flew in, so I didn't have a car, but all the hot shops were having 420 sales, and they'll just deliver. So my friend and I just ordered some, like a pizza, and they show up, and yeah, that was a riot.
Been told that the ones up in the UP are also very mellow and groovy and more like little mom and pop type places, and also very cheap. But
that shocks me not at all.
Of Michigan,
the Illinois ones depends on how wealthy the neighborhood is. The one in
Beloit.
I haven't been to the one in the Beloit. Where's the one right on the border? When I was ironically like, it's right next to where the federal courthouse is. So I was joking about I could show up for my federal jury duty and then cross state lines and commit a felony. What is that? Another one of those D's, but it's not Dubuque.
Oh, you mean
Peter?
No. south on the southern border, not the southern border, but south on the eastern border, it's Dubuque, Davenport.
Davenport, the one in Davenport is rough.
Yeah, well, Davenport is like, yeah.
That was,
Davenport's like Rockford, but without the swank.
yeah. But the one in St. Louis, right next to the Archon Hotel, that one's lovely. There's displays of glasswork, and they have like little fizzy drinks that have THC. It's delightful. And the one in Arlington Heights is somewhere in the middle. But you order on an iPad, and you put your order in, and then you go to the window when you're ready. There's a security guard, and like double doors that you keep going through, but it's not like the one in with that like the man trap to go in and out that had a surprising melange of people waiting in line, because a few people were like me, like just edging on middle-aged professional people, and then there was some like sketchy looking people and everything in between.
I mean, I guess that's the same types of people I would see like at 9 a.m. at the Woodman's Liquor Store.
Yes.
Good, best selection and best prices on all the boozes, but you get all sorts. Like
Everyone likes a good deal.
people buying $200 scotch and people just loading up the thing they can get into their cart.
If it's 9 a.m. at the liquor store, it's a very certain limited selection of people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just morning at the liquor store in general. It's people who need it, and other people who are planners, and people who have restaurants, whatever. It's just a bunch of different. That's Woodman's in general.
Not entirely unlike being at the airport.
Yes. I
Though
have
at the
found
airport
that
is the like you have to be
Yes.
travel.
Yeah, the bottom quintile does not exist at the airport. After that, it's everyone up to like the top 0.001% fly commercial, because there's that last step to I don't fly commercial anymore. Like, yeah, okay. That's very rarefied air. Everyone else is just at the airport. Ozzy Osbourne, Bryant Gumbel, like just at the airport. Hey. Cool. We're all just gonna sit in the terminal here. Cool.
Yeah, we're all just gonna do this, and it's all fine. Like,
Yep.
we're just all pretending that we're all happy to be here.
or at least we can mutually agree to not bother each other.
Yes. Except for me, because I want to talk to everybody.
He's that.
But I usually just go to sleep.
Yeah. It's gotten nice at airports in the last decade or so. You no longer quite have the same fight over electrical outlets.
Mm-hmm.
You're not walking down some concourse somewhere between terminals hunting for one of the just outlets on the wall and then sitting down on your luggage by it to top up your phone.
It wouldn't surprise me if that's one of those things that they're like, okay, boss, I have this proposal, and you're going to say I'm a liar, but this is going to reduce our, whatever, like police interactions by 60%. Okay,
Yep.
cool. What is it? I'm installing 700 additional outlets. Like, really? Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Isn't that expensive? Well, kind of, but not as expensive as tripling our security again. Like, and now everything's fine. Like,
You can give people the cheap internet for free, but a bunch of them you can convince to pay for the good stuff, and then those plugs pay for themselves.
there are some people that just, they don't even want to hear about it. They just want to pay for something that's consistent and ready.
Yep.
And they're here every week, at least twice a week. So they're just going to keep it in their phone. Don't change the password. Just log them in.
As one of those people who will just, as long as the fee isn't absurd, just pay it. I'm just here. Yes, just give me a reliable connection.
Yep.
Here's your $5 or $15 at an airport. Here it is.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll be back here within the month this nominally lasts. Maybe I won't. But you know what? I don't care. I just want to have the internet work.
Yep. That's what my money's for.
Exactly.
For like
That is
my
what
buddy
my money's
Reed,
for.
my buddy Reed changes his own oil. Always talking about how much money he's saving, and I was like, I know, man, I get it, but like that's what my money's for.
Yep.
I'm not doing that. Boy, my car almost killed me when my Harbor Freight jack collapsed. Like, yeah, I know, man. That's what my money's for.
Yeah.
It's worth more to me to have that free time
Yes.
than to do whatever the hell I got to do to change my oil.
And you know what? I'll just sit in the shop and eat their granola bars while they change my and take a look and see if something's
That's how you get your money
coming
back.
off or whatever. Right. Like, I'm not even doing something better. I'm just, it's just better. You guys, because we go to an actual garage, not those like felon reintegration things.
Right.
Jiffy Lube.
Oh, I think I found your mystery cat, Matt, that was in our garage the other day. It's stalking around by
the bird bush?
Right by where all the fat, juicy birds are.
There have got to be, at this point, damn near 3 dozen birds living in that bush.
Fat birds.
They are fat. A couple of them are
Birds.
practically baseball-sized and shaped. Yeah, it's really something. But yeah, I was talking about that with Andrew earlier this week, I think, because he's getting hit with some medical bills. He's been taking his wife up to Mayo for some so far undiagnosed and untreatable problems she's having. And he was talking about, he's getting there's bills coming in. It's not like the news stories you hear about where somebody's here, you owe us $11.5 million. But in some ways it's worse because it's like in the tens of thousands of dollars range. $11.5 million, I'm just not going to pay you. Like, that conversation is over. We're done. That's not going to happen. So, whatever. Like 15, 20 grand. Well, I guess I have to pay that.
Yeah, that's a real number.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're talking about what a shock it was to his system, and we sort of mutually realized, we'd gotten comfortable where, like, in a very real way, money is no object. It's not that I can go buy limited edition Ferraris, but for the kind of life I care to live, I have enough money to do that.
Yep.
Like, if there's something I want to buy, I will buy it. I can't buy all the things I might want to buy today, but I don't really want to do that anyway. So, so I just tapped out a chunk of my savings for this, and now I feel like I can't spend the money anymore because we have to build that back up, and we're still going up to Mayo. So, that sucks.
My brother Ed is also there. He's single, doesn't have kids or a house even.
At Mayo?
No, but he's at that point with money where we were up north this past weekend, and he was up there with us, and he showed up and he had 2 stacks of like $100 in ones and distributed amongst the kids. Like, okay, so each of you have $50. We're going to gamble now. Mabel was like, "Can I just leave with this?" He was like, "That is always an option, and you just won."
Boy, can you!
Right.
You walk out with $50.
You lost $2 before learning the lesson, and then Ed was like
one hand,
and you got it. That's right. Problem is, we hadn't planned on Tony winning an additional like 12 before he quit. But yeah, like Ed just
it's all part of it.
Ed just showed up with $200. Was like, yeah, this is worth it. Like, Ed, 7 years ago, there's no way. Like, Ed is just like making do with like playing with empty coffee cans and stuff. Like,
I mean, but a lot of us think we're in a good spot until you get hit with a medical problem.
Right. Yeah, and that was the thrust of the conversation. Like, and it changed real fast.
Yep.
And not like he's suddenly like worried about his housing or eating or anything like that. Just you take that chunk out of savings and you feel a lot less comfortable spending the money you've got coming in. Like, I have to make sure we get that savings back because we may have medical bills again, or there could be a hailstorm, or my water heater could explode, or any number of things where all of a sudden I need between $5,000 and $20,000 like now.
This is Andrew and Stephanie?
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah.
So like a mystery illness?
Yeah, I'm not
Or
sure of the details.
Medical nosy, like what?
I don't know enough of the details to pass anything on.
But that's what my sister did when she had mystery illnesses, and eventually, and she went up to Mayo a few times, and they just like they get all the doctors and they do all the tests, and they just like bombard you with like everything that you could possibly be done. And she got a diagnosis and got everything under control. And it was lupus this time. Yes.
Yes, it was lupus. Hey, the human body is so
one of the
weird.
things he was saying. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of what I mean, people are frustrated when they can't come up with a diagnosis right away, but so much of it is just ruling things out because a lot of these symptoms are just vague and overlap.
Well, a lot of people self-diagnose with things. Like POTS is one thing. I can't even remember what it stands for. POTS, and it's one of these like self-diagnosed
orthostatic.
All the symptoms are like fatigue and sleepiness and what is it like? Yeah, anxiety.
Dislike of your cube mate, Rob.
And then so people will be like, it's that, or it's chronic Lyme disease,
fatigue.
or what? I mean, not saying that some things aren't real, but some things are.
Oh yeah.
Very ambiguous. Yeah. There's a lot of things that cause like headaches and fatigue. Like that doesn't mean you aren't sick. Like you are sick. You shouldn't have headaches and be fatigued all the time. But that's a big.
I have chronic anemia. I don't know why. We did tests and trying to figure out why. And at some point, the doctors are like, my sister's always like, no, go to Mayo. They'll just do all the tests and they'll find it out. Because it worked for her.
Right. Well, and per Andrew, while they don't have a diagnosis, he has come back with what happens there is they do all the tests, and more importantly, all the doctors involved work together on it.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not, here are some orders, go down 2 floors and half a mile that way and have something done, they'll take care of you. It appears like they've had cases where a variety of different specialists have been in the room at the same time, which I have never seen anywhere else. I had been fortunate enough to not be in a position where I would have wanted that to happen for me.
Yeah.
I don't need
for appointments. It's really impressive and awesome, but that kind of healthcare costs a lot of money.
Yep. And that's
I can afford it.
Yep, that's exactly it.
I could afford it. Like I do. So I don't know if that's what I want to spend my money on. But
sure. If it's otherwise managed, and this is a decision people make all the time.
I can just keep refilling my iron tank twice a year. I'll just do that for now.
Yep.
That's
And that describes a lot of healthcare. People, this isn't, I can manage it. It's not materially affecting my quality of life aside from I have to take these management steps. And so
I always thought it would be interesting to be able to feel how somebody else is feeling. Cause I've heard a lot of people oh, I'm in pain. I don't feel well, but maybe it's just some sort of built-in toxic masculinity crap. But I'm I live with pain all the time, and I have nothing. I wake up and my back hurts, and my skin itches, and my bones are creaking, so.
Yet I diagnose you with advancing age.
It's not
I diagnose you with time. Your problem is you're not dead. So.
And then people will tell you hey, by the way, not sleeping on a crappy futon mattress anymore, and getting all of the right shoes and everything actually does make a difference.
Well, don't sleep on your stomach or your back.
But yeah, I miss being
go get Mabel. I'll be back.
18 and you could sleep on a floor.
Yeah.
Wear crappy airwalks. Which were crappy.
But even something as simple as the gauging of headaches. My dad had bad headaches. They were not diagnosed as migraines. He had it checked out 1 trillion times. That would cripple him, and I'll get headaches, and it's this is pretty annoying. And I just want to know how other people feel pain, and so I can be I don't know.
Yeah. there, and you don't get to.
Nope, I don't.
It's hard thing to measure. It's why it's managed so poorly.
Yep. It's so, yeah. Because I sympathize with your dad. I will, not too often anymore, but I'll occasionally get like full-on hallucination. I can't do anything. I have a headache right now, and I'm literally seeing things, and it's a problem.
What do you see?
It's not nothing, not like schizophrenic hallucinations, just like haloing around lights, and
Gotcha.
mostly light-based artifacts that aren't there. I don't have a better word for it than hallucination, but that does call to mind, like, you're seeing people who don't exist. Like, no, not that at all.
Right.
Auras?
Yes, exactly. But
Nice.
fortunately,
Amateurs.
science has gotten much better since my dad had chronic cluster headaches in the 80s and 90s, and all they gave him was like ergotamine, which is a pill that has ergot and caffeine in a large dose. Like, take this. We hope this will shrink all your blood vessels because this is about the most we can do to you. And maybe that helps. Now I have like neuroactive drugs. Like, what this is going to do is going to change how your brain handles serotonin. Like, oh, that is much more effective. Thank you.
I went to school where a tumor was eating into my bone.
Reiki. Well, anyways, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, no worries.
This is like, I sound like an older person now, but they've closed the bridge to get into town, and now I have to take the long way around, and it's like 30 extra minutes. It's pretty annoying.
But
I mean,
are you wearing an onion on your belt? As that is the fashion of the time.
An onion.
It's from what did I now realize is an old, very old Simpsons.
I
Yeah,
think The Simpsons is older than I am, perhaps. When did The Simpsons come out?
Early
late
80s.
80s, 88, 89.
Yeah, it is older than I am.
Yeah, it just occurred to me that this episode might be from before your birth.
Yeah, Onion, let me see. 89 is when it came
No,
out.
it can't be that old. That's not that
No, it
far
could've been
back.
like the late 90s, early aughts.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I mean, The Simpsons as a whole.
It actually was out before I
forever.
was born. A whole year. 93.
Wait. You were born in 94?
Yeah.
Cool. Cool.
That explains the issues.
Not now. Not
2024.
to say that I haven't seen every single Simpsons episode, because I have. I just don't remember that one.
Oh, yeah, sure. No, not at all. That was more... That was the year I graduated from high school, is the problem. So that was a real shock to the...
Oh.
That was a real punch to the old button there. Like, ka-chunk. Like, oof. Whoa.
I do admission scoring for the undergrad program, and then you see their birth date as you review their file.
Oh, it's the worst. Cannot buy alcohol if born after this date. That number gets more depressing all the time. Like, oh, Jesus.
Oh my god.
I like it when they say, "Oh, you were born in the 1900s."
Oh, God.
I think we gotta punch someone. Back, in the late 20th century. Fuck you.
I was looking for some photo reference, I think, last week, actually, because I was searching for belly dancer. Like 19. I was like, oh, what is it, 29? Belly dancer 20s. And then I got a bunch of like famous belly dancers that are famous right now.
Right.
Like, oh, it's the 20s.
God
right
damn it.
now. 1920s.
So, what year, out of curiosity, what year were you born, Matt?
77. In the late 20th century, not 19th at least.
So just to make matters worse, I Googled what is mid-century, and the mid to late 1970s is like the back end of it. So you're technically mid 1900s.
Nice. I was born sometime in the mid 20th century.
Shit.
At least
Most
you're born
excellent.
after the bicentennial. That's,
Costume Con has a rule about the date of something, the date of a garment, when it had to have been created for it to be considered for the historic costume competition.
I'm not going to like this at all.
And it's coming up on a date when it could have been clothing that we wore.
God.
It's coming up to the 70s. So not too much longer, and it could be clothing that we wore in real life.
I mean, we were
Yikes.
wearing clothes that were older than we were. Like into the 80s, I was definitely wearing old 70s hand-me-downs for sure.
Oh yeah.
Like popular fashion. So like if you want to make a historic garment and enter it in the historic masquerade, it had to have been something from that time.
Right.
And it's the 60s right now, but it's coming up on the 70s. So not much longer. And
Well, come back to when you're drafting a members only jacket for this competition, and I'll bum one off you.
no.
Oh.
And the Case Western party at the conference I'm going to has a Remember the 80s theme, and I can bust out my charm necklace. I gotta see what
Like
else.
warmers.
I know they're so warm though. I might do the double layer sock,
Oh yeah.
like a neon leggings, like the double layer sock, the
Double layer
off-shoulder
sock.
t-shirt.
It's where you'd wear 2 pairs of socks.
A different length.
Yeah, so you could show off the top of them, and they were
We
always
did that.
really scrunchy socks.
Yes.
We did that in high school, except it was with like Nike athletic socks to make your ankles look bulkier. It's really stupid now that I say it out loud.
Oh,
Dudes
so-
are always, yeah, I mean, big
Here's
ankles.
right now, apparently, kids at all levels of school that I have any contact with wear their backpacks with both straps, which obviously makes perfect sense because that's how a backpack works. It is so mind-boggling to me. It looks weird to me because when I was going to school, it was one strap. You don't wear a backpack with 2 straps. That's stupid.
That's for
Like-
nerds.
Right, that's for nerds. Nerds who have to carry so many books because they're nerds with their books that they need 2 straps on their backpack for all their nerd books. Looking back on it, like, what? It was cool to induce back injuries? What were we doing?
Like, was it like
Fashion
anti-establishment
is
thing?
Not consciously. I mean, I can't speak to the sociology of it. For all I know, there's like a social psychology piece there, like, absolutely. That wasn't. No. It was just like wearing a flannel shirt over a t-shirt. Same kind of thing. Like, yeah, that's just what you do. That's how.
I
That's
feel like late middle school to maybe even early college, if your underdeveloped brain is there, that you're like wearing your pants not at your waist, you're wearing your backpack wrong, your hair is in your face, because like all of these are the opposite of what you should be doing.
sure. That would make perfect sense.
Unless the kid's just older than you, or the people just older than you, then you have to rebel against them. Because, I mean, I remember boys would never wear their baseball hats with the brims like that. It was always like that. And always backwards. And that was like, ooh, can't do that. But then I felt like just the next group of kids were all wearing them like that because they didn't want to look like those dumb older ones that are now trying to get jobs or something like.
And also, they work better that way.
Have you guys seen 21 Jump Street?
So, which one?
Yeah, the new one or the old one?
Either one. I think
The original
Doesn't
21 Jump Street with Johnny Depp in his television
no.
career?
no.
Yes.
Never mind that. I wasn't aware.
Before he was in movies, he was in a show called 21 Jump Street back in the day.
Let's see when that came out.
You know, there used to be an original Hawaii 5-0 too. That was decades ago.
Luckily, I can't say I read Sherlock in the original printings, so that's nice.
Had Richard Grieco in it.
I wasn't allowed to watch that show. I was still.
I don't know how much of it I ever watched that either, actually. I watched some of it at some point. But I saw more of it than I saw of the new one, which may have been a movie. Like, they turned it into a movie with that one child actor who's no longer a child actor and no longer fat.
Yeah, Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum.
That's Jonah Hill's the one I was trying to think of. Yes.
Yeah. But basically, they're like new on the police force, and they have to like go back to high school, and they're obviously wild out of place. That's the whole comedy of it. And there's like a scene where they have like the one strap backpack, and like the cool dude is Channing Tatum, obviously like the better looking jock kind of guy. It's like one strap on his backpack, like screw you nerds, like what are you book learning or something? And they're like, actually, yeah, like that's what the cool kids do. And like all the cool kids are like these like kind of like yuppie, but like I don't know, rich people who don't think that they're looking cool, but they are cool because they don't think they look cool, but they study. And so they had to swap places, and now Jonah Hill was actually nerdy in high school, is the cool one. I don't know. It was weird, but it's all we're talking about.
Hijinks.
Yeah. That's the whole, like, when they're calling, it's all preppy now. You're preppy. Using that word again, which I guess went away for a while, and now it's back again. And so it's the cool, but like successful types. That
was like an 80s thing, wasn't it?
Right. And so now.
But it was also cool.
You're
like
preppy.
When I was early high school, it was cool again. So it's like a third resurgence.
Sure.
It's everything has fractured to so many different groups now. It's almost hard to say who's cool and who's not. I mean, there's definitely popular kids, but it seems to change a lot.
Yep. I mean, I only get my daughter's school experience as filtered through a 10-year-old. But as far as I can tell, it bears, in many ways, very little resemblance to grade school as I knew it. Like, some things are, of course, the same, but others, like, there's a lot to the social dynamics where she's explaining things like, that is just not at all how school worked when I was in it. Like, I can't speak to any of your experiences here because that's completely different to my schooling experience.
You have home computers when you were her age?
No. We got our, well, maybe at 10, we got our first computer.
I had Texas Instruments whole home computer. It's so cool.
Yeah, let me look up.
I definitely had a PC in high school because we played like battle chess and where in the world in San Diego.
Do they take home like school-sponsored laptops now or tablets or something?
Yep.
Yeah. That's a whole dynamic right there.
Yeah, to watch how they learn to hide tabs that have games on them. Tony spent like a week during lockdown just watching YouTube videos about Minecraft instead of doing schoolwork.
Good lord.
Yep.
I like a good YouTube video as much as the next guy, but like...
They're addicting though. It's hard to stop once you figured out you can do this without getting caught. Like, why would you not do that instead of listen to your teacher?
Yeah.
I don't feel like I use YouTube the way YouTube wants me to use YouTube.
How do you use YouTube?
I will typically find YouTube videos that are like 4 hours long.
Right.
And just turn that on, and I don't have to think about what to turn on next. The shorter the video, the less likely I am to watch it. Because all it means is that in 15 minutes, I have to figure out what to put on next. I don't want to think about that. And I certainly don't trust YouTube's algorithm to give me the next something. That's crap. So I need to tell it what I want to watch, and man, once you get under a half hour, it's a tough sell. You better be somebody that I already subscribe to and I haven't watched in a while, so I can queue up all your recent videos and just have it go through, 8 videos that I need to catch up on.
Oh.
I know. Like, that's not how it's designed.
It's the whatever they call it, Reels or something, but it's basically the TikTok model.
Yep.
And it's just a never-ending.
I was listening to a podcast. It's like D&D, but in the Pokemon verse somehow. Sure. It's pretty famous. I don't know, and that was like 2 or 3 years ago. And they did like 30-minute shows, and I was like, that's cool. I'll just like run through a bunch of these. and now I'm listening to Critical Role, and they've got like 4.5-hour shows.
Yep.
I'm like, oh man, this is like a 4 or 5 session listen.
Yep.
I like it though.
That is what I used it for. That's how I started watching, because I watched the YouTube videos. That's how I started watching Critical Role over quarantine. Like, I need to have something on while I'm doing this. I have heard people talk about Critical Role. Let's watch this. And in that context, when it's just on all the time as you're doing other things, yeah, the fact that Campaign 1 is like 800 hours of content is all upside. Perfect.
Yeah.
I know what to put on next for 800 hours. That is 100 work days. Sweet. That'll last me for a few months. Like, yeah.
Nice. Are they the ones? So I know they do like the tabletop where they video the tabletop and like run through the sessions. Do they also have like an animated series, or is that the other one?
That's them. They also have an animated series, an Amazon series that encapsulates some portion of Campaign 1. I saw the first 2 seasons of that, I think.
Gotcha.
I stopped because the third wasn't out yet, and I haven't gone back since the third was released. I don't remember how far they get, but...
You saw the animated series?
Yeah.
Got his ass.
Watch it without me?
Right?
No, I think he's talking about something else.
And I didn't get Valentine's flowers.
That...
Oh, God.
That was my fault. But not as much my fault as it could have been. It could have been more my fault than it turned out to be.
Breaking. I always get in trouble for not doing a heartfelt card. Like, I'll get a gift and flowers, no card. So this year I had to really hunker down.
Yeah, I tried to order the flowers the day before Valentine's Day, at which point it was too late. So
at that point, just be like the rest of us. Go to the grocery store, pay a 500% markup.
Well, see, the problem was, because it was too late, I browsed retailers until I found one that said they would deliver on Valentine's Day, and ordered it through them. And then after getting the invoice and finding out that the flowers hadn't been delivered, saw that the invoice said Valentine's Day scheduling will be delivered sometime between the 14th and 16th. Like, cool. That would have been important information like 3 clicks earlier.
Well, then they weren't even delivered by the 16th.
And then they weren't there by the 16th, and they just gave me the money back. So, yeah, I don't know what their problem was, but yes. Again, it was my fault. Not saying it wasn't my fault. It was clearly my fault. Just, it could have been more my fault than it was. I didn't make no effort. I made a bad effort.
So you need to grow a flower garden during the summer and press some flower or something, so you've got one locked in.
This card is the kind of thing you can't just, get ahead of time, Yep.
Yeah.
Stock up.
Yeah.
Have the flower room in the basement. I can just pull a bunch out every now and again. Like,
I had a business idea with my older brother, like probably 7 or 8 years ago, and it was probably already happening. But just like with any idea that never happens, you always say somebody already did this, probably. And it was an automated card service where you just pay $5 a year or something super slim, and you put your e-signature in, you write it in Word, and then, or even mail it in, and then we'll automatically send out cards on the dates that you describe to the people you want to send to, so people always get the cards they need.
Nice.
It never took off. I even built a website, I think.
Nice. That could totally work. Well, work well enough to get bought by somebody, which is what you really want.
Right.
Yeah. It's absurd to build a business that's profitable on its own now. Like, no. You build a brand that someone else can buy.
There's too many big boxes to try to get playing with the big boys.
Yep. What's your business plan? Become a division of Walmart.
I've got my dad's old college friend that he still keeps in touch with seemingly, like made his whole life like coming up with a business idea, making it profitable enough to sell, and then selling it. And he's got like $1 million, like 10, I don't know, a lot of money.
Nice.
So people do it.
Yeah, I just don't really know how.
Yeah. I think his strategy was know people who know how to do things and just be the guy who glues it all together. And like, I think he's a bit of a schmoozy, like good looking, kind of charismatic figure.
Sure.
He's just like he's like the guy in that Zuckerberg film. Can't remember his name.
I wish I knew someone like that. I wish there was a glue person, because I'm not a glue person. I'm like a person who knows how to do things, but I don't want to organize anything. Like, I could go freelance because I have people I could do that. But like, I don't want to do all that. I want someone who knows how to do like the parts of the job, the administrative kind of things. Like, if I knew a glue person, they could like hook me up with someone who's good at sales and another person that's good at admin. I could be the person who gets the work done. That'd be awesome.
You're more of a hard skill person?
Yeah. I mean, I will talk to clients, but I hate it. And I don't want to do bookkeeping. Like, that the part of when you go freelance for anything, the amount of time you spend, like, you can hire a bookkeeper or stuff, but when you're just starting out freelance, you have to do all that stuff yourself. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wish I knew a glue person. That's like, I have a friend who started a restaurant. He wanted to brew beer. He loved brewing beer. He was good at brewing beer. And then he's decided to open up a pub. But then he's like, it makes more sense to make it, serve food too. And then he started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the end, he was doing no brewing. He had to have someone else do it. And he was doing all sorts of, customer relations, hiring, HR. Like, he did all this admin stuff, and it was miserable. And then
I think you almost have to care less about the success than the love of what you're doing, because once you start caring about the success so much, you can like never let anybody manage the whole thing, because you're not going to do it right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and then Rob's uncle ran a restaurant for like 35 years. And he just did it all the whole time. Like, never had a home life or free life or anything. He just was there from open to close every day of his life.
And you don't make really good money on a restaurant.
Not unless you may have a lot of restaurants. Like,
right. Unless you franchise out.
Yeah. Like, they
put in all that work and like make a living. There's nothing to sneeze at. Making a living by doing your own thing is not an easy thing to do. So, respect.
Right. Enjoy it, but it also sacrificed the home life, didn't really get to interact much with his kids, and that they all have messed up lives, and so there are sacrifices to really making success. Unless maybe you can get on a good team with a bunch of people who everyone does a little bit of what they're good at, and you've got people to fall back on. And maybe if you're lucky enough.
Work in general just seems like so much effort for so little financial payoff.
Mm-hmm. I feel like half the people I know have that little dream of like, I wish I could open up a little cafe or a bakery or a bar or something.
You have to be wealthy enough that it could just be like a vanity project, because oh my god, there's so much work.
What is it, like 30%? Only 30% of restaurant businesses make it out in the first year, first 3 years, or something like that.
And if there's any problem, COVID, the stock market fails, whatever, the price of eggs increases, they suffer so much because it's such a slim profit margin.
It's so hard. Katie, have you ever been to Morris Ramen downtown? I think it's been open for almost 10 years. So, I mean, it was probably new when you guys left. They're closing this week. Just can't keep enough people working there, and just this and that. I mean, all the restaurants are having a hard time.
Yeah, it's been hard to keep labor.
Everything got expensive, and the lowest paid people are feeling it. And when I think during COVID, a lot of people who worked at restaurants, at least people I knew, they worked at, they were waitresses, they were whatever, and then they had to go out, get other jobs to fill in because they couldn't get enough work during COVID. So they found temp office job or this or that, or a state job. And then they realized, I could work from 9 to 5 and have every weekend and get benefits, health insurance, all that stuff. And
it's way more stable.
And I'm not making quite as much as I did at the restaurant, but almost. Like, I'll take the pay cut for this stability. And if I keep doing it, I will get paid more work. I mean, how much? I mean, where's your room to grow in your job as a waiter? So a lot of wait staff, restaurant people just left and never came back because that job sucks.
So physically demanding, and man, people are mean.
People got meaner, I think.
Yes, meaner, more entitled.
I mean, I kind of think people got meaner after 2016, but I think it's been like the whole Trump ascendancy, and then I don't know, it's like being a mean, nasty.
I think people just start assuming that other people think a certain way on either side, and then it just there's preconceived notions. You just look at somebody and you're like, oh, that's that person.
Right.
Which sucks.
Antagonistic.
Yep. And quarantine helped. Nothing at all.
And now we have a generation of children who had interrupted social skill development. They're not socialized properly. Like the kindergartners that are coming in now, according to the teachers, they're just half of them aren't potty trained. They used to come in and help them eat. They're
poor conflict resolution, poor ability to cope with stress.
Almost feral somehow, in a weird, shut-in sort of way.
So I tell the college students sure are mean. The way they interact with faculty,
Hello.
They're much nastier.
Back with me. Hold on. You have a fun dance?
Yeah, I admit, the way you get treated by your students is stunning to me sometimes. I had a very narrow slice of visibility into how college students behave when I was in college. But man, is that foreign to me.
Every once in a while, there'd be somebody either having a bad time in general, or it felt like there was an excuse. Maybe they were entitled, but it was very slim. Nobody would disrespect a college professor or somebody in a form of power.
Yeah.
Well, they'll leave lecture. The amount of cheating and they'll talk during tests and quizzes and be disruptive. The entitlement of I paid my tuition. I paid for my A. I am a customer. No, that's not how college works.
Do they get graded on being in lecture?
No, but you have to be in person, in lecture, to have our program be accredited. Because we are an in-person, accredited by the American Association of Colleges. So you have to come, we have to have in-person lectures. So I can't just record them and put them online. And I don't take attendance for one of my classes, because if you don't come to class, the likelihood that you'll pass the exam is low. But I'm also not going to give you any deference if you fail the exam, or if you got a 0 on your homework. Like, you weren't in class, my dude. And another class is a participation based, so you have to be there. So you are graded on participation.
I know a lot of, like, if you're a little bit more short-sighted and instant gratification, like, that participation, like, you're either there and you get the points, or you're not and you don't get the points. That's easier to comprehend than, like, yeah, don't come to class, that's cool, but you're not going to have any of the knowledge for the exams, and you're going to fail either way by not showing up. One's just right now, and one's, like, at the end.
Yep.
I'm sure you know all this.
What gets me is the number of students who show up and try and make their inability to attend or study or do anything, like, somehow get fixed by Katie. Like, no, man, you don't want to study? Okay. And then you do badly on the test and you take your lumps. That's how this goes. Like, I would never, ever in my life have gone to a professor and complained about a grade in an exam for a class that I wasn't going to. Like, if I do badly on the test because I wasn't here, well, that's sort of on me then, isn't it?
Like, there's a number of students that reschedule the first exam. There's always a handful. Some of that, there's a lot of grandmas that die. A lot of grandmas in hospice at that first exam. And dance marathon is always right before that first exam too. And one student needed to reschedule her first exam because her sorority was doing stuff for dance marathon, and she didn't realize how long it would take to clean up, and then she didn't start to study until Sunday night, even though the exam has been on the schedule literally the whole time, and you could have studied.
You can ask your boss to reschedule the deadline of your project?
The answer is yes.
So
they will.
I let her, like, sure, you know what? Fine. I let them know ahead of time, like, if you reschedule an exam, it is a different version of the exam. It does not map to the case studies. It's a different version. And I intentionally make that first alternate version very different. Spread the word. She did not. She did not do well. She had the lowest exam 1 grade I have ever seen. I hope you enjoyed Dance Marathon.
Oh.
Well, and then the best part is later on, not at this point because she's already in College of Nursing, but that's the kind of thing that would show up on a College of Nursing application as some, like, credit to help her get in. Like, I managed Dance Marathon for my whatever and had to juggle that and my responsibilities to class. Like,
and the makeup version isn't unfair. It's all content that they've learned that I give them in-class work and case studies the day before the exam that pretty much concept-wise map exactly to what's on the exam. So they are rewarded for working on it. But if you don't show up, you don't do that work, you reschedule for bullshit reasons, you have to study in a different way, and you have to study a broader amount of content. You have to study better. And if you're the kind of person that is rescheduling because you were too lazy to study, this will 100% bite you in the ass, as it did. So, but yeah, I can't take my exam. I dance marathoned too hard is a common problem for exam 1.
At least you have the power to fail. Like, the teachers that got them before in high school don't have that power anymore.
True.
And, like, at my job, none of those people have progressed at all. So they really don't get into a point where they start making that kind of request or demand, and I hear about it. but I'm sure that's why we have so much turnover in the various, phone centers and stuff like that, where it's just like, yeah, then just go somewhere else. You got to learn this somewhere, but I don't want to teach it to you. You just need to learn this somewhere else. Bye.
Then they get resentful and start making everything miserable for people around them, and then you got to cut them loose because they're making the workplace terrible.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, they're the ones who will point out that it's a terrible work environment.
It's not a nurturing environment.
These people didn't care about me.
Yeah. You're right.
Yep.
That's the first thing you've gotten right.
100% on your quiz.
All right. We've got everyone here, so
Game time.
we can pick back up. If I recall correctly, when we left off, you were in the nightclub and had just been left a note by one of the servers indicating that she wanted to meet with you around midnight at the Arches down the street, along with various other shenanigans, both tarot and non-tarot related.
And then Zara is there, and that's
Yes.
we want to talk.
Yeah. Zara walked in and prompted her to come over to us and say that.
Yeah. Did you get the impression that the note is from the waitress or the note is from Zara? I don't remember.
Note is definitely from the waitress.
Waitress,
Okay.
Yeah.
You gave her money.
Yes. Tipped her very well.
And Abdul Nawisha, the owner, seems to be a bit frightened of Zara, or at least non-confrontational. He was he sweating and looking away and stuff?
Yeah, you read him, and he was acting terrified.
Okay.
And what are we're researching, or we're looking into the murders of Egyptian nationals, and what led us to the club. I'm trying to remember. Was it the police inspector that told us to go here?
I don't think he gave us much.
No, I think you got...
Was it
I think yes, but it was because he mentioned that he had sent people to look into it, but they got reassigned before they could come up with much.
Gotcha.
And did we talk to the guy at the front desk of the hotel? Is that part of it?
No, we talked to Barrington. He mentioned the Blue Pyramid Club in Soho. Egyptians hang out there. Many of the victims were seen at the club at some point. They put it under surveillance, but nothing came of it.
Okay. Not sure if anything came in, so.
So how exactly did we get Zara's name is the main question, I think.
The Barrington interviewed Zahara. She worked with the Penhew Foundation in the past. She owns Empire Spices and recognized the name Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh. She said it hadn't been active in a long time, but Barrington could tell that she was holding something back.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the Penhew Foundation and possibly she herself were antagonistic with Jackson.
Right. Not a friendly interaction.
They were not.
Gotcha.
And
Here, yes.
So, the way I see it, there are two plays here. One is to speak to Zara directly, possibly alerting her to whatever we may have, if she is, in fact, a bad person. Second is hold off, talk to the waitress in the alley, possibly even come back. I don't know what the time frame is on that. You said midnight in the alley, and this place closes at what, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could come back.
what time around would it be now?
About late evening-ish.
So there's definitely
time to talk to her.
We do. I'm just worried that it tips her off in some fashion.
I don't think we should go and interrogate her, but we could try and be social.
I mean, the one downside for that potentially could be that right now she doesn't know we exist, and we'd be able to go talk to the waitress without any problems.
Well, we can still talk to the waitress.
But we might be followed if we tip our hand to Zara at all.
So make sure not to be followed.
Okay.
Or we can, there's 4 of us. Like, someone could talk to Abdul, be like, ooh, who's that lady? And maybe he'll have some information. And another one could go tell her fortune, perhaps. Or...
That worked out so well last time.
Well, it's going to work out well this time.
And then, Lois can make sure to meet up with the waitress.
I don't mind that. If we split up and try to keep it super light with Zara so she doesn't suspect anything.
Yeah, that would probably be better.
Probably not real names or any of that kind of thing.
Adele could offer Abdullah to give a free spiritualism show.
On stage?
Yeah, on stage.
Well,
then work the crowd and chat.
Might not
Zara wouldn't be in charge of who gets to be on stage, though.
Abdullah would.
But it would set up a reason to walk the crowd and chat. And she's an interesting lady and chat.
You could notice her aura or something, but she's a business lady. Maybe she won't go for that kind of thing, but...
That's not a bad play, though. I like that.
But if it's a show, if it's like entertainment, I feel like this is a crowd that wants to be entertained.
Well, they may not be willing to shift the schedule quite like that if everybody's expecting something.
Free show.
I don't know the inner workings of the European Showtime.
Well, they probably see belly dancers all the time. They haven't seen Adele do her crystal ball act or whatever.
Damn it, I'm a doctor, Jim.
Get out all your crystals.
Right. She does have her travel and crystal ball. It's very streamlined. It's light. Aerodynamic.
If you want to suggest a show, see how well that works. And while you're doing the show, I can speak to Abdullah and see why he's not feeling Zara.
Well, I think Abdul is the one we'd have to see about doing the show.
Yeah.
Sure. But I also don't want to be seen as soon as she walks in running over and being like, what's up with that lady?
Right.
And we all can't mob her. Yeah. Are we going to send Adele in? The doctor.
Someone can be my manager and looking for, I don't know, wealthy people that may be interested in having spiritualism shows at their home, because that was a big thing at the time.
Absolutely.
It was all the rage. It was the oxygen parties of the whatever this is, 1920s.
Oh, and if she doesn't believe in that stuff, then go at the business angle of, be like, yeah, that's fine, but maybe some of your friends do, and this is entertainment, wink wink, because she may not want.
Try and see what the roles say, unless you want to go an entirely different route and just try and invest in her business as a wealthy old white guy.
Well, who's going to be the wealthy white guy or manager?
Well, I mean, that would
Gotta be Denny.
The old white guy?
Denny cleans up pretty good.
But I'm also not here permanently, and I wouldn't be able to spoof that very well.
You're the membership holder, too, though. Oh.
You are the member.
It's true.
And also, you're from across the sea. It's exotic. You're a wealthy man from across the big pond.
It's true.
Made it rich in lumber.
I'm a lumber baron.
Lumber baron Denny. whatever she's doing, she's gonna, to be legit, she's just gonna have to have like a guide backing her up. So, all right. And then Lois will, I guess, try and just keep an eye out on the interactions while we wait. She waits till midnight.
All right, which way are we going? Investing in the spice business or spiritualism shows?
I think spiritualism is going to be a little more. That'll keep us in the quirky end of things, and we're definitely normally in the quirkier end. Be easy to roll with that, I think.
The brains operation.
Right.
I'll tell you the truth, this isn't really a brains kind of operation.
I think so.
All right. So I imagine us like outside, badly hiding ourselves, huddling behind this palm tree, this potted palm, like. Okay, break. All right.
Well, you had a table in the club, so I'm assuming that this is all happening sort of at the table discreetly.
I was just kidding.
I know. Just.
Okay. So Adele, because this is what she doesn't have in her bag, like a copy of her book and pamphlets for her show. The what the hell was our show called again? Whatever. The fiance and her. The goddess of mystery. There she is. So she approaches Abdul. I think she talked to you last time. She ordered a drink from him at least.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Good. So it's not like a brand new interaction. Mr. Abdul, I don't know.
Went to Zara.
What?
No.
No, I got to get on stage.
We're not doing the spice thing.
Okay, but the doc is still going to talk to Abdul about Zara, right?
Oh yeah, that was my manager. Okay.
Because all of it's got to go through Abdul.
I think the plan is that Denny.
Before you get on stage or something. Okay.
I think the plan is Denny and Adele go to Abdul, the owner, try to get on stage. While that's happening and being distractful and also getting an in with Zara, I'm going to confront Abdul, the owner, see what's going on with him and Zara while they talk to Zara about spirits or things.
Okay.
So
Great.
We're talking to Abdul, trying to arrange a spiritualism show on stage.
Yes.
That's what we're doing?
Yes.
Cool.
And Adele will give Denny a copy of one of her stage posters and a book and a pamphlet, so he has literature to show. Okay. All right, Denny, go. I believe in you.
So Denny will walk up to Abdul and say, I gotta say I haven't seen this before, but I am a big fan. Gesturing to the belly dancer.
Sure. Yes. It's our usual entertainment. It goes over reasonably well.
Do you have any manner of spiritualist shows? Any sort of, ghosts and speaking with the dead or anything like that?
Kind of looks at you and no, not usually. No, I don't. We have the dancers, and then periodically the band will come on and play some music. But it's pretty much the same thing most nights.
Well, I'm trying to refrain from just saying, "Do you want one?"
I mean, you can. We can just go there. And if the plan is you're going to explain that you manage Adele, you don't have to come up with a whole script here.
Right. But yeah, basically, if you wanted to shift it up, Adele here over at my table she probably didn't say anything about it while she was talking to you, but she's a spiritualist, unlike one I've seen before. And she's got credentials and whatnot I can give you if you want, but I want, since this place is pretty neat and I'd want to contribute if I can that would be something that we'd be able to do too.
You're positioning yourself as her manager? All right.
Yep.
Then give me a credit rating check.
Ugh.
He looks kind of dubious. Like, yeah, I'm sure that kind of thing plays well wherever it is you're from, but our patrons are used to our dancers and our band, I think.
Adele can see Denny is floundering, perhaps, and we'll come over. Like give him a little bit of an elbow. Did you do the offer? Should I go up? Should I go now?
Denny will kind of hold his hand up. No, it may not be the caliber of customer we're used to.
Abdul, I love this place so much, and I'm trying to establish my business here in London. You see, I do readings in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. I've done readings for some of the most famous people, and I would love to give your club a complimentary show tonight. You could just
as you say complimentary, he perks up a little bit, looks at you, glances back at Denny. Denny, I'll have you make another credit rating roll. A success here will determine whether or not Adele gets a bonus die on her charm roll.
Denny will kind of gesture with like, she's sort of the boss in some ways. That's the general feel he's going to be giving.
Flashing.
So then, Adele, go ahead and just give me a charm roll with a bonus die.
Oh, it didn't do the bonus die, but I succeeded anyway.
You succeeded anyway. You could roll another just a d10 to see if you get like an extreme success, but nope. So 42 is the better.
Yeah.
So Abdul kind of looks at the both of you, looks around the room. Yeah, maybe a little change of pace is what we need. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, the dancers should be done in the next 15 minutes or so. I'll send a runner back, tell the band that they're going to be able to take a break. If you can be ready to take the stage in 50 minutes, we can just take you backstage right now. You can do whatever prep the two of you can do, whatever has to happen for this, and when the dancers come back, you can take the stage.
That would be wonderful, because I can tell this clientele here is just amazing. I would love to get in front of them. I'll go get my crystal ball.
Go meditate.
And he gestures back toward the stage and a door on the back wall off to the right of the stage, and says, collect your things. The two of you can just go back through that door, and I'll make sure someone is there to help you out, get you a little place to get ready, and tell you when to go on stage.
All right. And she'll talk to the band, and I don't know, pick a dancer or two so they can stand beside her and do the magician's assistant thing, and someone on the band can play some music while she does her thing. And this is going to be a variation of a stage show that she's done loads before. So a lot of it is less spiritualism and more theatrics and crowd reading
Sure.
Just to be clear, I am not conjuring ghosts.
Understood.
Okay.
This time.
Got it.
Right, this time. There are no haunting horrors. This is like stage theatrics for mass consumption.
Got it. So just
Yes.
a stage show you take seriously, but one you've done before and is more entertaining than contacting the other side.
pays the bills, entertains people to allow me to do the ghost conjuring in a more intimate setting.
Got it. So yeah, at least at first we'll say you go back to the table, collect whatever it is of your stuff that you're going to need, and you and Denny can just head back through that door. Gentleman back there introduce himself as Humphrey. Takes you to a corner of the green room where there's a disused kind of little like dressing area and mirror and such. You can tell this is the one no one really likes to use. A couple of lights are burnt out, mirror's cracked, but you got a little space back there that you can put your stuff and do whatever else. You got about 15 minutes until Humphrey will take you on stage. It's easy enough to pick out a dancer and a band member to back you up. You have a brief conversation with them and kind of tell them, but they're old hands at theatrics and performances, so this is kind of you'll know what you're doing. You've got an oboe, you know how to do this, or whatever.
They know when to start the drum roll. Like
Exactly. That's easy enough. Denny, you go back there with her at least at first, because that was the expectation. You both go back. That if you don't want to be there the whole time, you would come back out, certainly, and regroup with others. But step one was the manager and the talent going in back and coordinating with Humphrey.
So I guess I would just check to make sure there isn't anything else Adele needs or anything.
Nope. Oh, she'll give Denny a few dollars to make sure the band person and the dancer are tipped before we go on, so they are friendly and helpful.
Right.
Always make sure the people helping you on stage like you.
So yeah, Denny will make sure to follow through on that, and then he will migrate back to the remainder of the group.
Cool. So we've got a brief window. We'll start the show. We'll go right to the show unless there's something else you want to do before it technically starts. And they've got, like, at this point, like a 10-minute window before Adele goes on stage.
Does the doctor want to talk to Abdul before the show or wait till after?
Wait during. Play this during so that people are encapsulated in case, for whatever reason, Zara is like keeping an eye on the owner for whatever reason. Just
all right.
Making sure my drink's empty when the show starts.
Then we'll have Adele take the stage. The dancers clear out, and apparently the club is prepared for more stage-centered performances. The house lights go down a little bit, the footlights and a couple spotlights turn on, so the stage is pretty brightly illuminated. The rest of the room isn't dark exactly. It's just been dimmed. The lighting's changed enough to kind of focus attention on the stage, as opposed to when the dancers were, mingling through the tables. And Adele, you come out. So I think what we'll do here is we'll have this move in a couple different phases as you do different things in your performance. And I'll have you roll a charm first, and if that succeeds, you'll get a bonus die on your occult roll to do your spiritualism shtick on stage in a way that appeals. We'll see how that goes, and we'll cut to the doctor while you are warming the hearts of the crowds and tingling their minds or tweaking their souls or whatever.
And seeing there's a lot of men's in the audience, she makes sure that her shawl is off before she goes out.
Oh, sure.
Shoulder.
You know your craft.
Extra.
You know what you're doing. Right. You know how to play all the angles. There's no leverage being left unleveraged here.
Saving the ankle for later, though. Okay.
Yeah, it should be a charm roll, and that will then affect what you can do with your occult roll. You take a bonus die on your occult roll.
Okay. I've just been clicking it, and it's just been doing it. How do I change it back to putting a bonus die on?
Oh, that might be.
Are you gonna right click it maybe?
It hasn't been asking me.
Yeah.
It's just been doing it.
Yeah, let's see.
I mean, I could just do it the other way where I add on that D10, but in the past it's asked me.
Right click gives you the option for a combined roll. I don't know if that's what that means.
Yeah, that doesn't really help us in this case. Roll check with. Yeah, it's supposed to put up options. Hang on, let me see if I've got a setting. I've got a setting misconfigured here. No, that's right. I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll take a break. Soonish she can check. Okay, I'll just do the
Yeah.
Yeah, I click occult and then it just does it. Although that's
Damn, nice.
our success. So
Yeah, you're not likely to do better. You can roll a die and see if you get that 0. No. Okay, we'll stick with the
yeah.
extreme success. Nice. Yeah, the crowd loves it. Abdul's instincts were apparently pretty good. You've got the rapt attention of virtually everyone in the crowd. So anyone can give me a spot hidden.
Too many stage lights.
And he's got the eyes of a hawk.
Nice.
Oh. Hey.
All right.
Dang.
Not doing anything right now, just observing.
Nice. So yeah, Denny, you'll also notice this, but Lois, it draws your attention immediately. You can see the crowd being caught up in the stage show. I don't know if it calls for any audience participation, but to the extent it does, you get volunteers and crowd responses promptly. Most of the wait staff, in fact, the service is slowing down as they keep pausing and trying to pay attention to what's going on in the stage. You do notice that there is one person who does not appear to be paying all that much attention to the stage, and it is probably not surprisingly, Zara is not. I gotta be careful. I don't want to make it sound like she is angry at or displeased or anything with the performance. It is just she's not paying attention to it.
She's not enthralled.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, I'm just above the table, as it were. I don't want to make it sound like she's becoming irate or anything. That's not what I'm trying to convey. Just that everybody in the room is paying attention, is really engaged. She isn't. You can't tell what it is that she's focused on. She doesn't have like eagle eyes lasering in on anybody, but you can see she is watching the crowd. She's watching the bar. She's keeping an eye on the wait staff from her table and what from your perspective is the far back corner of the room. So, Doctor, while this performance is going on, what are you doing?
First and foremost, was that a hard success requirement? Would I have not noticed that?
Oh, you would also have noticed it. Sorry.
Okay.
I saw your roll incorrectly.
You're good. I just wanted to make sure before I just walk to the bar without, like, hey, do you want to tell me something? Okay.
Yeah, you would have gotten that she wasn't paying attention to the show. The additional that she is watching the crowd and paying overall attention to how the place is running was the higher level success. But you would have clocked that she's not really paying attention to the show.
That's enough for me to be more stealthy than just walk up and ask for a drink and say, hey, what's the deal? So I'll finish my drink and look over at the bar and wait for the prime time when there's not a lot of people there standing waiting for drinks. I assume most people are at their table getting waited on.
Yep. There are a couple of people at the bar. They're not paying a whole lot of attention. They're facing the stage. They're as taken with shows as anybody else is. So if you kind of sit, upwind from them, they won't. They may be able to hear things you're saying, obviously, but they're not paying attention in your direction. They're looking the other way. Gotcha.
So I'll mosey on over to the bar while I'm watching the show, but I've seen this before. I'm with this crew. And, give the universal sign for I'd like another drink and ask for what I assume to be the drink that takes the longest to make, so as to be inconspicuous.
Sure.
It might not be good, but that's not the point. And if he doesn't already do it, in the first and second drink that I got, did he make it bar side, or was he off doing other things?
No, he made it bar side. He's actively tending the bar.
Awesome. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, I'd ask for the longest drink to make, and then as he's there making my drink, I'll flip in something to the effect of, hey, what's going on with Zara? Like, what? I noticed, just because I'm a doctor, I noticed these kind of things. Very attentive. I noticed you got a bit skittish and maybe even fearful, and Zara over there doesn't seem to be enjoying the show. She actually looks like she's paying quite a bit of attention to the staff and how the bar's operating. What's going on? That's weird. I know this is kind of strange to hear from just some random guy, but
sure. So I'll let you kind of guide me with how you think you're playing this. You could do this as really any of charm, fast talk, or persuade, depending on what you think your approach is. The other option would be intimidate, though that's not what it sounds like you're trying to do right now, so that doesn't... If that is the intent, if you're trying to intimidate him into talking, that feels different, but we can do that too.
I'm thinking more along the lines of, I do want a straight answer out of him, but if I don't get a straight answer, I want to read, like, ideally the psychology or psychoanalysis behind it. Like, all right, okay, he's saying everything's fine, but he's glancing over it every time, and he's saying, oh, she's got nothing to do with the operations, but then he's looking over at her every time. You know what I mean?
Sure. We can do both. That'd be a combined persuade and psychology roll, and I honestly don't know how combined rolls are implemented in the system right now. Previously, they really weren't. They had the word combined, but didn't actually do anything. So, yeah, if you hover over one of them, it'll give you the modifiers for combined roll, and see if you do a combined roll for psychology and persuade. And if not, it's not like it's magic. You're just rolling against both at once, and the result will depend on which one or both you succeed on.
Alt right click. Oh, shift alt right click, that's why. When I click combine, it just says roll type combine roll card, roll difficulty regular, bonus dice 0, roll.
Okay, yeah, just roll and I'll look at the two. I recall it being like that.
Do I just hit roll again?
Yep, just hit roll on the card.
Oh shit.
So that'll succeed at both. Pretty handily. That'll work. Nice. Cool. So yeah, he's making this drink, this ridiculous, like, layered thing with ice in the middle somehow in 4 different colors that's taking him like 15 minutes to put together. As you're talking to him, you could, as you ordered it, you could tell that he was annoyed in the way somebody is, like, you just...
Gringo.
Yes, fine. And he overcharges you for it, by contents, but it's sort of the penalty shot for making him do this. But as you're talking to him and he's kind of taking his time building this drink, he warms to you some, and kind of starts doing the drink building on automatic as he's talking to you. And as you mention Zara, you can immediately see his reaction. Like, he sort of tenses up and his eyes shoot over in her direction before coming back to you and, like, obviously not looking at her, like, very quickly going from glad to shouldn't have done that, avoiding looking that way and kind of talking to you. And he goes on for a little bit about, how she's a very important guest. She's well known here. She, runs her own spice shop. She has a lot of contacts. And it's saying a lot of things without really saying anything. With that success on the psychology roll, you can confirm that he is terrified of her and derive from the kind of word salad that's just pouring out of him. He may own the place, but you're pretty sure she is in charge of it somehow. It's not terribly clear why or what that is. You can't derive based on his behavior if he's being blackmailed, or if she has thugs for hire will break his kneecaps, or he owes her money, whatever else. You can't get a hard reason for it, but you get the very clear sense that he knows he may own it, and he may even be making the money from it, but she runs it.
They're married.
All right. This isn't the type of game where I could just be all heroic and be like, "We'll protect you," because we'll get killed. So,
and you can say it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not gonna work. I wanted to do. I wanted to gather that information first and foremost, but I also wanted to see what that relationship was more in depth. Is there something I can do or say without outright saying, like, is she the leader of a death cult that's going to murder you if you tell me something?
Sure. So, so what? Give me a piece of information you'd like to find out, and we can roll it into that role as you kind of work the conversation. You got both the persuade and the psychology. So if there's a specific piece of information, we can say you draw it out that way. That was a big success. I feel like I can give you that.
Okay.
It's a good roll.
I want to know what it is that she has over him that's got him so fearful. Okay. And I want to play it off in a way that's like sincere and friendly.
I'm a doctor.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's why we're calling it just a piece of information that you can just, in sort of the course of conversation with that role, kind of draw out. If you want to ask more specific questions, we'll have to do more rolls on that. He's inclined to help at this point. But yeah, so what you're able to get from him is that she has some kind of soft power. She's not exactly blackmailing him. She's also not exactly extorting or overtly threatening him, but she has some kind of real authority over some group of people that he is afraid of. It sort of has the feel of like a mob boss in a bar that he doesn't have any stake in. He doesn't own the guy or own the bar. He's got no financial incentive, but he likes this bar and he likes the way this bar is and he wants it run a certain way. And the guy who owns it knows that and knows that the mob boss has a bunch of kneecappers at his beck and call. So was inclined to, play along. This feels very similar, though it doesn't have the whiff of actual organized crime. That's kind of the vibe you're getting, is that he knows she has the ability to dramatically disrupt the business and or hurt him or his family or whatever else in a way that he doesn't think she will be ever held accountable for.
So eating in the restaurant and the bear walks by like outside, like, oh, that's fine. Everything's
exactly.
fine.
Yep. Like we give him what he wants.
Bear walks
is
by.
Kind of the vibe.
If the bear chose to come in here, we'd have a different problem. But
yeah,
it's fine. Yeah.
Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
Yeah. Yeah. So I want to make clear it's not you're pretty sure that it's not a matter of she's holding a kid hostage or she's directly threatened him or she has blackmail. It's just he knows her to have the ability to make a real problem for him, potentially of the life-threatening sort.
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. I will continue watching him finish the drink, take a sip. Is it good? If it's not, I'm still gonna say thank you, friend. That's amazing.
I mean, I don't know what kind of drinks the doctor likes. It's a good drink at what it is. It is absolutely a layered, multicolored, confectioned kind of drink, and it is good at being that. If the doctor's more of a Scotch neat kind of dude, this is not something he enjoys.
Apparently the doctor's more of a bathtub brown beverage kind of guy.
Seafoam gin Ricky with your plum fizz.
I had never drank a circus before. This is neat.
Exactly. Perhaps this is where you find your love for frozen drinks with whipped cream and umbrellas.
End of the campaign, guys. I'm not going back. I'm staying here. Sorry. Okay, awesome. I'll drink it. Say thank you. I'll tip him extra.
Sure.
I assume it's already extra anyway, but
yes, this was not an inexpensive drink, but you tip him extra. Meanwhile, Adele, we'll go on. Oh, sorry. While that's happening, are Lois and Denny doing anything, or just kind of keeping an eye on stuff, keeping it copacetic?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm just observing. I'm observing what the doctor's doing and admiring drink architecture.
Then he will be attempting to. I mean, he'll be enjoying the show, but he'll also try to remember that he is supposed to be the guy who's like the manager and have that weird a little extra layer of proud of what's going on.
Cool.
Yeah. This is
my girl.
The good stuff. That's my lady.
Nice. So Adele, with your hype man in the crowd, hype man / manager / enforcer in the crowd. Yeah, let's go one more time with the charm roll into the occult roll, and the charm roll to determine whether you get a bonus die on the occult roll. And I'll say at this point, your first roll is good enough. You have already eliminated any chance of being like the target of tomatoes or anything. We're just seeing how well this ends up going for you. You've already succeeded on the show with that first roll.
Hey.
Nice. Bonus die in the occult. Or
Hey.
Nice.
40, which same result in this case. Nice. So the show continues to go swimmingly. Certainly having a little hype section in the crowd is helping, but honestly, you're enjoying being back on stage. It's been a while since you did this. You've done some shit. You've seen some things, summoned some things, apparently seen some truly brutal events, and Adele's really in her groove. Like this isn't exactly your calling. This isn't, furthering your goals of exploring the other side and demonstrating that there is good energy.
Matt,
But
this
nonetheless,
makes good energy. It makes people happy.
exactly. Adele is in her element and really, really doing well with the crowd up there. So for this second block, we'll have one more part of the show after this. Anybody doing anything?
Denny will sort of wait or monitor for an opportunity to reinforce any sort of clapping, or if somebody makes a comment to the person they're sitting next to and I'm next to them, kind of thing of like, yeah, it's every time or whatever, like there's something to whatever sort of force multiplier.
Sure.
But
all right.
Happen, I'm not gonna force it. So
I think the doctor's gonna fall in with Lois and like inconspicuously, but almost staring at Zara and the people that she's with, see their interactions. Like, are they whispering to each other, or do they just have that kind of power where you're just saying what you say out loud because nobody's gonna touch you?
Yeah, I think Lois is going to try and be nearer to her and her crowd. Not like going to go up and talk to her, but that's a good idea. Trying to overhear some things.
All right. Yeah, so, Doctor, you're trying to more get a read on her.
Yeah.
And, okay, so you can give me hard psychology.
Oh, shit.
And Lois, you can give me probably a listen to just trying to overhear if there's anything noteworthy in the conversations.
Hey.
Nice. Yeah, so Yeah, Doc, you're not getting much off. You're trying to pay attention, but all you can pick up is that she is very controlled. At least she's behaving very controlled right now. Whether that's just because she's very confident in being in charge here, or just in general she just has a permanent poker face. You're not picking up anything from her aside from what you already got from Abdul. Lois, you're listening to the conversations, and you can pick up that people, by and large, don't really talk to her. She's not here with someone. She's not conversing with people, per se. But when she does talk to people, they treat her with a degree of deference. Certainly, you get the impression that not quite supplicants, but they're people like average person talking to police chief kind of thing. Like, it's not exactly that I answer to you, but you are in a position of authority here. Though the content of the conversations isn't particularly interesting. You catch a couple things about what just sound like routine business questions. One of them, you catch something about shipment of spices that's come in. Nothing particularly noteworthy beyond just the attitude people seem to have.
I think Lois is probably familiar with the sort of unofficial authority from back where she's from. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you recognize it. And yeah, that's exactly it. It feels very familiar that way. There's a level of deference where, yeah, people are taking her seriously. And again, not with the impression that she's their employer in any way, just...
And they're not afraid about to stab them or something, but yeah.
Right. All right, then we'll move on to the third and final part of Adele's show and see how this goes. And we can take our break as soon as we find out how Adele closes.
Adele would like to close by moving through the audience and doing like individual poem readings. Starting with just a few businessmen.
Sure.
With the goal of moving towards Zara, but keeping an eye on her companions, and if they are doing the she'll wave off.
All right. Easy enough to get that started. You begin working your way through the crowd, singling people out that seem like,
the people
they're
that are
ready to play along. Making your way back towards Zara's corner, but not an obvious... I mean, you're obviously being subtle about it. So yeah, the rest of you see what Adele is doing, and it's not hard to derive her general direction.
So we'll go and see if he can drum up maybe some extra people who will want to take part. Jostle around the guy who's here on his bachelor party, like, come on, you know you want to, or whatever.
All right. Then yeah, Denny gets a couple more people interested for you to do palm readings for, and after some time making your way through the crowd, probably going through, let's say, 6 or 7 individual brief but individual readings, you're now at the corner of the room. You can approach Zara's table and interact with her.
All right. Start with understanding the delicacy of the situation. We'll invite her to have a palm reading just as she did with everyone else. But if it seems like she is not into it, Adele will graciously wave off and move on because she doesn't want to.
Sure. All right. Then this will be a hard charm roll.
Yeah, I can't pick.
That's fine. Just roll it, and I will do the math manually. That will not.
I'm going to push it.
You need a 28 to succeed.
It can go bad.
I gotta spend so much luck to do it. I really want it though.
Yeah, but just think of this: if you get like a 40, you can spend like 13 points.
If you
And
push
she
it,
has friends too, by
but
the
if
way.
you push it,
Yeah.
spend luck, right?
Oh.
Yep, you can't spend luck on the push.
Oh.
Right.
You can either spend luck or push it.
No, Adele will wave off and leave one of her pamphlets, like perhaps another time, madam, because you are clearly like something complimentary. Your aura is very powerful, and I would love to do your reading another day when you are not as busy. And she'll leave a pamphlet.
Sure. And she gives you a polite nod and a corporate boardroom small smile and takes the literature.
Yep.
And says, thank you. She seems both formal and formally courteous, though it doesn't take a hard psychology roll to recognize that there is no warmth here. This is just...
It's like oh God, what's the Chinese lady from the first season of Daredevil? Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, madam,
Like,
madam.
this is Gal, like, okay.
Yep. Yes, exactly. All right. So, I do still want to get a final charm then occult roll from you for the show.
Nice.
Nice.
I couldn't have that before. You can, dice.
Nice.
Nice.
I'll do the D10 again, just in
Go
case.
through life.
You're gonna be a huge hit in Europe. Oh, good lord.
Nice. All right. Yeah, so...
Some goodwill with Zara, because if this is her club and the patrons are happy, hey.
Yeah. So, as a result of that, you can immediately see that this has been a smashing success. Everybody loved it. Money has been changing hands at an accelerated rate as people are buying more drinks despite the waitstaff being distracted. Tips are bigger. At a couple points, you're able to see that it looked like somebody had been planning on leaving. Like they were telling their friends that they were leaving, and they chose to not leave. They stayed to see the rest of the show and bought an additional round.
Like putting the coat on, and oh wait, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just saw this
Abdul
lady's
was
shoulder.
clearly quite pleased. But Denny, as Adele is wrapping up her show, you are approached by a dark-skinned, mustachioed gentleman, clearly of Egyptian extraction, who walk up to you wherever you are and asks, "You're the young lady's manager, yes?"
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Says Denny, who has zero business acumen. Yes. Yes, I am.
And I am pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Shan Ibn Sa, and I would like to discuss with you the possibility of arranging a private showing at my residence.
Oh. Well, most certainly, of course. I am her manager, but in many ways, she is still the boss. So,
I understand you are married.
Yes, it's like married. But I'm sure Adele would be very excited about that. Yes, he'll pat down his new suit that has nothing in it. Like I think I'm out of business cards. I apologize.
Yes. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. He raises the hand and snaps his fingers, and a much younger gentleman comes on up. I won't quite say scampers, but scampers in a more socially appropriate way. He looks at the younger gentleman and says, "Please, give the sir my card." The younger man pulls out a little ornate card case, opens it. It's pewter with like gold filigree around the edges. It's absurdly ornate for its purpose. flips it open, slides out one card, hands it over to you. You take it. It is on. It's essentially like packing cardboard. This stock is heavy. This cream-colored card, engraved and gilt, and has Mr. Shan Ibn Sa in just gold letters, along with an address in Egypt and a phone number you would guess in Egypt, but also London contact information, including a phone number.
Perfect.
If you would please contact me at your earliest convenience to schedule such a thing, I believe we would enjoy it very much.
And Denny will hold it very casually, but also very formally and respectfully and say, absolutely, thank you very much. And he'll nod to the urchin as well, like, good job, man. Like, having been that guy way more than he's been the other guy, Denny will. Thank you.
All right. Well, Adele brings the show to a very successful and potentially, in the future, very lucrative close. The crowd is thrilled, and that seems like a perfect good place to take our break.
Good job, everybody. We did it.
Success.
No one
Smashing success.
died. No haunting horrors.
No one accidentally summoned something that hates somebody else.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And summon snake.
And
Right. Any metric, a resounding success.
Alrighty.
Yep. Back a little bit.
all right.
We've got a neighborhood murder mystery tomorrow night.
Oh my.
Yeah, and we've all got characters and backstories and all that crap. It'll be a good time, it sounds like.
Interesting.
It's set at a vineyard, which means we've all got some tie to wine, which means we're just gonna be drinking wine basically.
Sure.
So that'll be interesting. What's even more interesting is the psychology or sociology behind the character I've been chosen based on my interactions with the people of the neighborhood. It's a douchebag banker.
Sweet.
So love that for me.
Awesome.
Yeah. Can't say I hate it, but also like I don't know.
These were hand-selected. This wasn't some kind of drawing of lots. This was somebody said, no, I saw you, and first thing I thought, douchebag banker.
Yeah, sitting in my neighbor's garage, who has a bar in his garage, the girl who's picking him out, I just get a text on my phone with like a screenshot, and my wife does, and some of the other neighbors do as well. And I just like look at it, and I look up. I'm like, God damn it, why? Yeah.
But to be fair, like at a party, there's only so many people you can give that character to.
That's fair enough. And I do appreciate it because it's a super easy play. Like, I feel like there's a character a lot of people can get into fairly easily. I've got a suit.
Sure.
Whatever. There was one that I was really hoping for that's like a sommelier / partial owner of the winery. And he is like Winston Grape or something ridiculous. And I was like, oh man, I've got a freaking purple velvet sport jacket that I wanted to do this so bad.
And need an excuse to wear.
Exactly.
I don't know, you can get more love as the best villain, the person who everyone loves to hate.
That's true.
Like if you really ham it up, that could be a lot of fun. Be the person
That's
everyone
true.
wants to just like, I want to punch him in the face.
Why didn't he get murdered?
Well, I'm getting practice here with the doctor, so that's pretty good.
That's true.
You got to set up a lot of insults, like do the volleyball, so other people can bike them at you and have fun with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how to do that. Someone more socially apt, but I've seen it done, and it's always very impressive.
They need to be like wine-based insults as well.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That'd be fun.
Asking if somebody's been to the Thunderbird region of France.
That's not champagne. Did that come from France?
Just Google some wine puns and work.
Me and my fiance were in France last spring.
You have to say it such that it sounds like you're not trying to tell them that you were in France last spring while absolutely trying to tell them that you were in France last spring. So,
good call.
when my wife and I were in France last spring.
Doing a thing, whatever.
Yeah. As one does.
When we were in Blog, the town name, and then that's in France. If you didn't.
Oh yeah, make it super hard to read what that actually means.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Nice.
I always take the opportunity to interject your story that's very similar to the story someone just told, but yours happened in France.
Yes.
Like, that reminds me of when my wife and I were in Lyon 2 years ago.
The problem is, Jake is uncultured, so I need to interrupt like every conversation with like what I think is a business email, but actually it's me looking up what that means.
Oh, Katie, I don't know. Is Elodie still into Wings of Fire?
Is what?
Is Elodie still into Wings of Fire?
Elodie. Wings of Fire?
Yes, I love it. It's all about dragons and like they can talk to each other. I love it.
Yes.
So there was an animated series that was in development at Netflix a couple of years ago, and then they scrapped it. And the kids were devastated because it's also Tony and Mabel's favorite book series.
Netflix?
Yesterday they released that Amazon has picked it back up and it's going to be series. So
I can now watch it?
Well, they got to make it first.
But yeah, it's going to take a little while. But fingers crossed, they ordered like a 10 episode series or something.
See, they're making Borderlands movie.
Yeah,
that too.
There's a trailer for that out now.
Yeah, they have made it. I didn't realize they were making it in the first place.
but
What's her face in it? Who's awesome?
Kate Winslet.
No,
Princess Leia.
no.
Kate Winslet is awesome.
Halloween.
Kate Blanchett,
Oh,
Jodie Foster.
Jamie Lee Curtis,
Jamie Lee.
Curtis.
Who does she play?
Dr. Patricia Tanis.
Handsome Jack.
Fair enough. Right. So this is one of those where it's unlikely to be mediocre.
Either
Like,
great.
it'll be terrible because Borderlands is not a story. Like, there's no, you can't, this is like at best a series of character shot vignettes because we can
Right.
watch Dr. Tanis be crazy again. Like, there's no story here. The flip side of that is the fact that there is no story means that they can do almost anything.
yeah.
And just use these characters in a vague, like, just capture the feel of Pandora and cool. Have the characters you know and love, have Handsome Jack show up with his face.
I was sad to see that they've picked someone else to do Claptrap's voice.
Or-
Who is it? Is
Not
it Pat
Jack
Oswalt?
Black.
Jack
Oh.
Black.
Oh, did you want the original voice actor to be Claptrap?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, he was already a voice actor, so could you just let him do it?
Yeah.
They gotta have the big name for the poster.
Mhm.
Though, if I had my pick up the litter of people to voice someone as wacky as Claptrap, he would be second in line.
Behind Andy Serkis.
I don't even know who Andy Serkis is. Wait, yeah, I probably do.
Gollum.
Oh,
Gollum and that mercenary dude in Guardians of the Galaxy that got killed.
Black
I know
Panther.
who he is now. I didn't realize that's how you pronounce his last name. Though it makes sense.
That's how I pronounce his last name.
Though, just be glad Disney didn't pick it up. They've been dropping the ball for the last 25 years.
Harsh Beetle. All right. Speaking of balls dropping, Adele's show has come to a rollicking conclusion. Huge success. Garnered an invitation for a private show someone hopes you can perform. But at this point, it's probably a little bit of planning time, 50 minutes, about an hour. Yeah, we're like probably quarter to 11 o'clock now by the time that this is wrapped up. You potentially didn't intend for the show to go on quite that long, but the audience was so into it. It was all just kind of flowing. And a couple other members of the band actually joined on stage to contribute what they could because they really saw what was going on there. It turned into kind of a production and ran a bit long. But yeah, so it's quarter to 11 o'clock, somewhere in there right now, as
Goddess of mystery comes through again.
Indeed. Hell of a show.
And Denny will give not Abdul. What was it?
Which one?
The business card?
Business owner. The
Abdul owns the club.
Abdul. Okay. Give Abdul kind of the wink and the nod, like, oh, there we go. You're welcome.
He looks at you with a big grin on his face, nods back, gives a thumbs up.
So, should we, like, extricate ourselves then, or?
Yeah, what time is it?
It's 11:30.
11 o'clock-ish.
Okay.
We don't want to be seen leaving at the same time as our informant.
Right.
We might not even want to be seen leaving at the same time.
The doctor is gonna
We may want to leave separately.
go back up to the bar and be very jubilant in the fact that his friend's show is a success. Good lord. And order a bunch of drinks with the intentions of drinking, or at least appearing to have drank all of them or a lot of them, so that they have an excuse to leave because I'm drunk as shit.
So maybe Adele and Denny will leave, and then you two can leave together. Because leaving without Adele is not going to be normal.
You two can leave. And then, Lois can pretend to come and drag the Doc away from his project.
Yeah, and we all know where we're meeting at midnight, so that's fine.
Doc has finished his own magic trick.
Watch me make these drinks disappear.
It's going to change his initials from DVD to DUI.
Joke's on you. I can't drive.
I lost my license years ago.
So we'll just start making our way to the Arches, not McDonald's.
Wow.
Huh. Cool. So, yeah, Denny and Adele, you make your way out. Adele, you are stopped a handful of times on the way towards the door by people just congratulating you on the show and expressing how enjoyable it was. They take what literature you've got. I don't know if you have a copy of your book on you, but if you do, someone would, have that signed. So yeah, essentially glad handing. You are, at least for the moment in this location, quite the celebrity.
Hey.
Make your way back outside. It is another damp, drizzly, smoggy night in London. There's a chill in the air. It's not a bitter cold February day, but it's a chilly February day with that drizzle that keeps acting like it wants to turn into ice but isn't quite making it. As you step out into the street, as you look around, you can see one of the cross streets here is Mead Street, and you look down Mead Street and you can see at essentially the other end of the block there are some stone arches parallel to the side of the street.
So we'll make our way in that direction. I'm going to want to keep an eye out for people who seem to be following us or watching us.
Give me a spot hidden.
Just Denny or everybody?
Just Denny.
All clear.
Wow.
Yep. You don't see anybody following you. You make your way down the street to the Arches, and while it's only a block, you're moving away from the main avenue that's still got a few people on the sidewalk and some cars driving along. The other end of this obvious small cross/feeder street is much less trafficked and is pretty dark. There are a few electric lights. This is still London, so there are some electric street lights, but the illumination is pretty low down here.
Denny will sort of reacquaint himself with his knife, since he doesn't have a gun, to make sure he's got a plan.
Cool. All right, so you guys make your way down to the arches. DVD and Lois.
I'll be at the bar. I'm not going to get another drink. Maybe ask for a water. Act a little frustrated. Oh,
Strongest coffee you got.
I might want to ask about that business card guy. The Shaw, whoever. Ask.
You ask Abdul about Sean, and without any roll, we can do some rolls if you want, try more, but you'll freely just talk about him as a wealthy Egyptian businessman, though he says he's not real sure what business it is exactly. But as far as he knows, he is a quite wealthy individual who splits his time between Cairo and London, with various other stops around the world as need be, apparently, but maintains residences at least in Cairo and London.
Okay.
The doctor is going to have had 4 drinks poured for him, hoping the others would join, but knowing they wouldn't, and drink like half of each one, so it looks like he drank more than he did. Somehow, maybe a sleight of hand or something along those lines. I don't know.
Hey Matt, real quick, how do you spell that guy's name? Shaw.
Shan.
Like Sean.
IBN apostrophe SAH.
EBEN? SAH?
IBN.
Okay. IBN.
Ibn Shaw. With the goal here, if somebody is watching us or is like keeping an eye on us for some reason, it doesn't look like I'm faking like having to leave for that reason.
Sure. All right. So let's call this. Yeah, we're going to do a combined sleight of hand and persuade check. So just roll sleight of hand. And I will also manually compare it to persuade since I...
Good lord, I'm going to spend luck on that.
Nice.
That's a good roll. What is it, 8 points?
Yep, cool. So yeah, you do a pretty good job of sloshing the drinks around, spilling a little bit, having hands on each of them, drinking them down, taking ice out and just sucking on ice cubes, until by the end, all the drinks look like you've had a good chunk of booze poured into you. Without actually having consumed that much, you've probably had about a drink and a half to 2 drinks worth. Maybe a drink and a half to 2 fairly stiff drinks worth, but certainly not enough that you are inebriated. You're feeling a little bit. There's no avoiding that. But yeah, you're not close to problematically drunk.
Awesome. Well, at that point, I'm going to stand up. Well, actually, is it still 11, or have we consumed some time?
A little bit of time. We'll say you presumably don't want to leave them just standing around outside for too long. We'll say like 11:15-ish.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stand up and walk over to the bar, like not schmucking it, but definitely kind of teetering a little bit. Walk over and do the equivalent of throwing my arm, around Lois. I don't know what that would look like in this time period.
Sure.
And just
Just say doll.
And then, it's time to go.
All right. Lois gonna grab your arm this way.
Cool.
And I'll make a, thank you for everything. Appreciate it. Throw $1 or $2 on the table.
Sounds good to me. You do exactly that. Find yourselves outside in relatively short order after your cramped, extremely dangerous feeling elevator ride. Out on the drizzly, chilly, smoggy streets of London as the hour gets towards midnight. You can also see by the weak streetlights down the end of Mead Street the arches by the side of the road, and assuming that Denny and Adele aren't making an effort to be hidden, you can catch sight of them in that vicinity.
I'm going to do the same thing Denny did and be speculative on us being followed. So,
sure,
take a look down the street.
Of course, we're being followed. My fans are everywhere.
Nice. You don't see anybody following you, but there are people who are kind of trickling out of the club around the same time you are. And you see them watching you as people watching other people. So you know that you've been seen as you go around the corner down Mead Street, but nobody's actually tailing you. You just were noticed by other people, as far as you can tell, just in passing, seeing that it was happening.
Awesome. Okay. Make our way down the arches.
Cool. You all regroup by the arches, and as you get there, you can see it's just a series of 3 just stone arches that apparently at one point had some kind of lintel across the top of them, but it's gone now, so all that's left is the stone arches. Just behind them is a small, apparently vacant piece of property. There's sort of a flagstone ground, like little cracked and uneven, weeds and grasses growing up through the cracks. No real clue what may have been here at one point, but whatever it was, all that's left now is these 3 arches just kind of fronting the sidewalk.
Is there any way that, because I don't think we did this originally, is there any way that the doctor can, recall knowledge on the sincerity of the waitress?
Sure, we can retroactively give you a psychology roll.
Insight check.
Yeah.
Basically, I want to make sure we're not getting set up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she seemed, from what you were able to get from your relatively limited interactions, and you didn't get a good look at her or interact with her after she left the note. She kind of slid it under the drink and then didn't appear at your table again, whether that was she was making a point of avoiding you or just her job didn't bring her in that direction. But at the time, at least, as far as you can tell, she seemed sincere. Potentially, you may have caught an edge of anxiety there, but not an anxiety associated with trying to pull one over on you or do anything untoward, but there was a certain tension she had about her.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can just skip ahead till about midnight, but I want to make sure you guys have a chance to converse or whatever else before we do that. I want to throw you in, because you've got a good 30 minutes at least until the stroke of midnight.
If nothing else, Denny will tell DVD a story that's long and boring, but we think is hilarious, and the ladies are exhausted by coming up with this preposterous string of anecdotes.
I'm tempted to have you make a fast talk roll, and if you fail, it's actually an interesting and funny story.
Adele's gotta go find some snacks. There's gotta be some food.
I feel like Lois would resonate.
Lois is just smoking and
Cool. Then if there isn't anything else, you pass a little bit of time here. Lois, with a couple cigarettes, a little bit of conversation. It's not, you don't feel like you're here for so long that it's suspicious, though it starts feeling like it's getting a little long, getting towards midnight, that if somebody were watching, they might wonder why you're just standing stationary. But you're having a conversation. Lois is smoking. You may just be out on the street, finishing your evening before breaking up for the night. But a little bit before midnight, from the other direction, you see Yalisha begin to approach. She is kind of looking over her shoulder, looking forward, catches sight of you there, and hurries forward, still in her waitress uniform, but with a cloth coat wrapped around her. As she walks up to you, thank you for meeting me. I didn't. You were asking about the Brotherhood.
We were.
Touchy subject.
It is. You have no idea. You need to be very, very careful. They're extremely dangerous.
Well, I know they've killed like a dozen people and dumped them in the river. The river.
How is it you know so
My
much
boyfriend.
about?
What's that?
I was gonna say, how is it you know so much about them?
I killed her boyfriend.
They run the club. They killed my boyfriend.
For what
There
purpose?
is. What's that?
For what purpose?
They thought he was flirting with one of their members. I don't even think he was. But somebody took offense, and he was just slaughtered. Brutally slaughtered. Nobody does anything about it. They're everywhere. They run too much.
Is that a Zara lady in there? Is she involved? She looked like she was pretty important. Everyone seemed
Involved?
afraid of her.
Yes, she basically runs it. She's basically in charge of it.
That tracks. So are they crime? Are they, running protection? What is their racket?
I don't even know, aside from, murder, there's some kind of cult, some kind of strange murder cult. I know about once a month, a truck comes here, and like 24 of them pile into the truck and just drive away. I think they drive out of London. I don't know where they go. I don't know what they do. But I know it's not good, and you need to be careful. You can't be saying that name where people can hear you. If they think that you're investigating them, I don't know what they'll do to you. They killed my brother for thinking he was flirting with someone.
I thought it was her boyfriend.
It was boyfriend. Did I say brother? I meant boyfriend. Sorry.
Yep. It was both, yeah.
She's from the Egyptian part of Arkansas.
Roll Nile?
Cairo, Illinois.
Roll Nile.
That's Cairo, Illinois.
Here you go.
That was really funny. Sorry. Yes, well, anyway.
Then he's gonna
boyfriend.
They
killed my boyfriend because they thought he was flirting with one of them.
Are they all Egyptian?
No, they're not all Egyptian. Most of them are. I think Black Pharaoh, it's Egyptian, I think, but I know they've got people in the cult who aren't from Egypt, at least.
Well, we know what happens. We know all too well what happens when you go around saying you're investigating these folks.
You need to be careful.
Well, how do we investigate them without letting them know we're on to them?
What are they afraid of?
Zara, as far as I can tell. Her and, well, I know there's someone else. I don't know who. But I know Zara, at least supposedly, answers to someone. But I don't think she and whoever that is get along all that well.
Someone above her or someone equal to her?
Someone supposed to be above her, though. If I'm reading it right, that infuriates her. I know she wants to be in charge of the whole thing. Don't misunderstand me. She runs this club and the cult here. But I know there's more of them. I know they're out there. And I know she doesn't run all of it. But I think she wants to.
So she is involved with something called the Penhew Foundation. Do you know anything about that?
Never heard of that name.
Our friend was also killed by a death cult. A very good friend, and we're here on his behalf, retracing his investigation. That's the place he was looking into. I don't think they liked him very much. Anybody didn't like him.
Exists in America too?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of yeah. London is just one place, you know. Maybe Egypt's in our future if we have one, and you know, darker parts of Africa as well.
It never even occurred to me. It might be that. I don't know. I didn't think they could get more terrifying, and yet here we are.
And this seems to be a different death cult than the one that we were dealing with, but maybe they're connected somehow. You know, if there's one big underlying cause for these murders and different cultures and their different cults.
So you said
master.
You said a truck shows up. Do you happen to know the day, time, anything like that?
It's not always the same day. It only ever happens once in a month, but it's not like it always happens on the 13th or anything. I don't know. It's been a while since it showed up. They haven't showed up this month yet. I think it showed up pretty late last month. But I don't know. I don't know exactly when. I don't know what their schedule is or how they decide or what they do.
Could it be tied to the moon?
What's that?
Could it be tied to the moon?
I don't know. You can never see the moon in London. She points up with a little.
What's the date today?
That's a great question.
Is it near the end of the month?
Yes. I want to say it's like the 23rd or 24th. I'd have to go back through my notes.
So at a minimum, we'd have to... Well, at a maximum, we'd have to basically watch this place for 7 or 8 days.
Right.
It's the 5th of Trucktober. And the truck is coming.
What time do the trucks come?
Midnight. On the dot.
Any markings on the truck?
Not that I've been able to see or make out. I mean, I don't want to give you the wrong idea. I don't hang out and investigate this. This is just what I know happens. I don't want to get involved. I'm not going to have them catch me looking into anything. I don't know why I'm talking to you, but I just couldn't. You seemed like nice people. It didn't seem like you knew what you were stepping into. I couldn't just let you all get killed without even knowing you have to be careful.
Well, we appreciate that. But, well, these guys have handled a little bit more than I've seen, but from the looks of it, these guys are just killing people, and we can't let that happen. I've taken an oath. They've killed my friend. Monologue.
For Jackson. Remember when his ghost visited us? That was rad.
Projections are getting wild here in the 1920s.
I'd certainly love to have someone do something about them. So, I mean, good luck, but Be careful.
Hey, is your boss involved? Abdul?
Abdul? Yes and no. I mean, when somebody like Zara decides that she likes your club, it kind of becomes her club. I don't think he's involved more than that, but if she told him to do something, he'd do it. Anybody here would.
All right. And there was another man that approached these guys. It was Sean Ibn Sa. Do you know that guy? Do you know if he's shady at all, or is he just a rich guy with money to burn?
Well, a super wealthy man from Egypt, weighted on hand and foot by an endless parade of servants who throws money around like it's going out of style, raises a degree of suspicion as to how he came into it, certainly. But no, I don't know anything about him, aside from he's in here fairly regularly, at least when he's in London. He stops in fairly frequently, spends money, tips well. He seems, well, quite frankly, he's rather obnoxious. He's fairly self-entitled, but aside from that, he's as pleasant as one can expect.
All right.
Again, that much money comes from somewhere, and you have to wonder where it all came from. But I don't know of anything criminal or untoward that he's involved in.
Okay, because we're gonna go to his house.
I've heard it's quite the place.
All right. Well, we do really appreciate it. You should get moving, get along, and be safe. And we'll take it from here.
All right.
If you've got any more information, and I want to write down where we're staying, maybe call the hotel. Actually, I don't want to write it down. We'll just tell her.
Just put for a free hand palm reading, and then put our name on there, so it seems like I offered her a hand reading, palm reading, whatever.
There we go.
All right. So yeah, you can jot that down with the number of the front desk at your hotel. She takes it.
And love Adele. Our phone number.
Stuffs it into her pocket. Kind of hugs her arms around herself. Good luck. Be careful. But I don't want to be involved any more than I already am. It's bad enough that I have to work here with those monsters that killed my boyfriend. I couldn't let you walk in blind. Good luck. She turns back the way she came, hugs her coat around herself even further, and you can hear her heels clicking as she walks away down the sidewalk.
So this seems like something we should let the inspector know about. Because she said, what, 10, 20 guys hop in the back of that truck?
Yeah, the mystery unmarked truck at midnight.
And I don't know about you, but I can't fight 10, 20 guys, even if we had to.
If Baldur's Gate has taught me anything, bombs.
I didn't know how many guys it was going to take to whoop my ass, but I knew how many they were going to use. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That's a good idea. But it's late, so we should probably just go back, check into our rooms. Our hotel rooms don't always have a great track record, so we should probably check on them.
Good point.
Of course, we just left this waitress our number at a hotel we're checking out of. You can totally call us day or night. Just
bye.
Just not any other night.
As long as we're not being followed, we're fine. We don't have to check out.
Yeah, we don't have to check out.
You can leave forwarding
But
information.
I meant go see our rooms. See if
not
our
check
stuff is
out.
see if our stuff is still there.
Okay. Like, check it out.
Check it out.
Yep, sounds good to me.
So I think it was just walking distance, right? Or did we take a cab? I can't remember.
We took a cab.
Okay. So we'll make our way back more towards the busier portion of the road and pick up a cab to get back to the hotel.
All right. As you begin walking up the street towards the main street, hoping to hail a cab, Denny, I need you to make a power roll.
Ooh, the power roll.
I was just thinking that shit. Damn it.
Okay.
Then I also need you to make a sanity roll.
Oh shit.
Oh no, what the hell's going on?
Nice roll.
Nice. So you're walking down the street, and Denny, you begin to hear a voice, faint but distinct, just beginning to sing, "Take me out to the ball game, take me out with the crowd." And as soon as you hear those words, you lose sight of what's around you, and you are immediately
Uh-oh.
find yourself on a battlefield you left long ago. You recognize the voice of Silas James Wayfarer, a sniper you worked with for a time in the Great War.
Ooh.
A man who was there not for God or country, but because he liked it. You recognize this as a verbal tick he would have while taking a bead on generally enemy combatants. So, as you find yourself, and you almost believe you're back there again, why don't you tell us a little bit about Silas Wayfarer and your experience with him?
So, Silas was a little unnerving. He was very good to have around, and yet he was always sort of, so he was good to have around, but he was also not one that you would want to, you'd have to kind of step around. So we'd be playing cards sometimes, be drinking tea, doing something just to pass the time, but you had to sort of pay attention to him to maybe make sure like he was either not paying attention and you weren't bothering him, or if he wanted to do something else, or he was tired of us playing cards again or something, you kind of have to manage the group to like get along okay with him, because he would get super serious and dark sometimes, because he was clearly not okay. And sometimes it would be story time with Silas, and he would tell stories about the various people that he shot and how great it was and how it happened, and we would all just have to sort of nod and go along with it because that was Silas' story time.
Neat.
Yeah. And
So
then
this-
he would sing the ball game, and the term ball game sort of implied that it was kind of one of those uneasy, not so great moments.
So this all comes back to you in a rush as you're just walking down this London street. Obviously, the rest of you don't see or hear anything like this. You may have heard a voice. You may have heard what sounded like singing, but it didn't convey anything in particular to you. Not the way it does to Denny. What you do hear clearly is the explosive crack of a rifle shot.
Oh, shit.
And you see a spray of blood from Denny as he collapses to the ground.
Oh,
You take 12 points of damage as a round hits you from above and behind and drills through your upper back and out through your abdomen.
Oh god, the angle on that.
So from above?
Yep, above and behind. And Denny is on the ground, bleeding.
All right.
The doctor is immediately gonna rush to Denny and start treating wounds.
Cool. Yeah, first off, give me a first aid.
What's Lois doing?
Lois is going to be like, drag him over behind a whatever, a car, a dumpster, whatever.
Sure.
Her first instinct is to find.
Yeah, you can easily find just like a parked car by the side of the road. And you heard the shot, and you could see as he collapsed. You could see where the bullet hit him, and you can certainly see the exit wound. So it's easy to identify where the shot came from. You can get him behind cover, behind a car, pretty straightforward.
So, for pushing, do you have to have failed to push? And if I fail a push on a success already, I assume there's still negative consequences. It wouldn't make much sense if there wasn't.
Failing a push. I don't know.
Can you repeat the question?
He wants to push that to a better success.
It's a 95 and I rolled an 89. I feel like I could get better, but if obviously there's going to be still negative repercussions. I don't want to lose the success for a possible hard success.
To change the story beat, you have to get like a hard success. You need to get a lot better.
And
I need a 50.
Yeah.
I would also say, like, what are you pushing for? You're not going to like just stitch it up. Like I assume there's gonna so far you've succeeded at doing what any doctor could do at this time. But like
I don't know.
For how much better it can get on the side of the road.
Like a success may be I throw bandages, like I rip my shirt and put it over the wounds to slow the bleeding. A hard success might be, hey, I've got a medical bag here with like exactly what I need. I can stitch you up and you're up and walking again. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. I don't know if by rule you can push a success, but at least in this circumstance, I'll say you can. But here are the stakes. You can push it, and a hard success will improve the results. Anything less than a hard success will count as just a failure. And certainly a fumble will be a problem.
Yeah. I don't know, I think the stakes are too high.
Yeah, the harms balanced with benefit, the harms outweigh.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, sorry for the rigmarole there.
No, not at all. It's a good question, and we'll see if I
question.
can find an answer for pushing a regular success to try and make it a hard success. But yeah, that'd be the stakes right now. I wouldn't turn a success on missing the hard. I wouldn't turn a success into like a critical fail with a huge consequence, but you would lose the success then if you're shooting for hard.
Gotcha. Okay. It's like a 50-50 on getting a better result. I'm good with the success I've got.
All right, so you immediately rush into action, begin hauling stuff out of your medicine bag, slap a bandage on the entry wound, a little bit of pressure, bind that up real quick. It looks like you stopped the bleeding there. The exit wound is obviously more problematic. So as your first pass, you're able to get some bandages in there, some cloth, and kind of stop the immediate big sources of bleeding. But he's still got a fairly large wound and looks like some internal damage. So you'll want to give me a medicine roll next to see if you can do a bit more treatment. You immediately get a hit point back, so you get 1 hit point from the first aid.
Can I assist and give him a bonus die?
Let's see.
I've also got a special medical bag. I don't know if that means anything or not.
You do. Let's see. Adele, if you... excuse me. You can give me a first aid or a medicine, and a success will add a bonus die.
Hell yeah.
Nice roll. Yeah, so you can get a medicine check with a bonus die. I'll incorporate, if you use the special medicine bag, I will incorporate that into the results of the roll. Nice.
Hey, there's your extreme success.
So,
hell yeah.
You, with just what you have at hand, begin stitching up the damage you can see and are relatively quickly can stop the bleeding. But while you're doing it, you also... It's kind of strange. You're doing good work. You're in fact doing great work. You don't know that you've done work this delicate and this successful in an operating theater, much less on a sidewalk behind a parked car in a drizzle after a guy's been shot with just what you happen to have in your medicine bag. You are doing really good work right now. But even so, the results are more impressive than you would expect. You're stitching flesh together, and you can look back and see stitches where there isn't a visible wound anymore. Like it has begun to seal itself up. You're blotting blood away from the wound. You've torn and cut the clothes back to get at the wound, and as you're trying to blot away blood and stop the bleeding, you start to realize that there are a lot of places where you're trying to stop the bleeding where all you're doing is cleaning up blood that already escaped. It doesn't take very long, and you're working feverishly on this because you know the danger here. Dude's been gut shot in the street, and you're trying to do surgery under these conditions. But over time, like, this is something very strange is happening right now.
Is there any way, I mean, this is hectic, obviously. Is there any way to discern if this is Denny's doing, if this is the bullets doing, if Adele's muttering some chants under her breath like Snape at the Quidditch match?
Is it the medical bag?
Or is it the medical bag? Am I just this good? Honestly, I've got the hubris for it.
You might be able to get more with an extreme success on a medicine roll or a success on a mythos roll.
So those are my roll options?
Yep.
So
if
an
you want to
extreme
come at
success
this from a purely scientific standpoint, that's going to be hard. A mythos roll, just any success on a mythos roll might give you something.
So an extreme success is 1, correct?
No, that's a critical. You wouldn't need a critical. An extreme success would be a 5th. So for your medicine, it would be a 19 or better.
It's the better roll, and also just in character. That's what he would do.
Feels more DVD. Or does.
Also, I didn't get that marked for success for some reason, but that's okay. God damn it.
Oh! So close.
You can't tell. There are times you have to keep convincing yourself it's happening. Because it's not like you can see anything Wolverining out in there and just back together. But as you look back at things you worked on, like it keeps striking you like, why did I put stitches there? There isn't any wound there. And all you've got right now is how weird this is. You have no idea what could begin to explain it.
Am I finding broken shrapnel in him, or was it a clean pass? Could I tell?
Clean pass.
Okay. And he'll shout out, like, shooter on the roof. Like, somebody look to see if there's still somebody there.
And Lois could be looking for somebody.
And Denny is
peeking,
muttering the name Silas.
Give me a hard spot hidden, Lois.
Can't do hard, but not gonna help anyway.
Yeah. No.
Well,
you look in the area that the shot must have come from. Again, you could see the entry and exit wounds. It was relatively easy to trace that line back, so at such an angle, it had to be that building right there. And you look up there, but you can't see anything between the drizzle and the smog and the dark. You don't see anything up there.
Gone, I think.
So, just to be clear, none of us heard any "take me out to the ball game, take me out of the park," but we did hear the gunshot.
You absolutely heard the gunshot. It's not impossible you heard that same voice, but it didn't trigger anything for you. It just blended into sort of background noise if you heard anything at all.
I wanted to make sure that it wasn't in his head and that somebody actually said that out loud.
I mean, we can give you a retroactive listen check. You can give me a listen roll.
All right. I didn't know if he was experiencing some sort of like mystical mind situation, or there's a guy doing that, like it's Silas on the roof or something.
Yeah, the way you explained it, I wasn't sure if this was him, like physically being brought into a alternate plane, or if he was just remembering.
Nice on the listen. He is not physically being brought anywhere. He's physically right here with you. You don't know where he is mentally. Denny also doesn't know where he is mentally. From his point of view, he feels like he is back in the Great War on a battlefield. In thinking back over what you heard, you did hear a voice. And we'll assume that at some point Denny tells you what he heard, so we'll just cover that right now rather than putting it off to the future. At some point, Denny will explain that he heard someone singing, and you will be able to remember. It sounded kind of sing-songy, but without that connection, that key memory, it didn't draw your attention at all. You can hear voices from the street in front of you still. It didn't mean anything to you, so you didn't pick it out until at some later point when Denny's describing what he experienced, you'll be able to remember, oh yeah, you did hear something that sounded kind of sing-songy and could have fit that.
Okay. Shit.
But yeah, the takeaway is Denny recognized it because he knew exactly what it was.
Yeah.
So his brain filled in the gaps, like that song you know so well. You don't have to hear a whole lot to be able to sing along. You just heard someone potentially singing something softly.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. I will just continue to patch him up or watch him patch himself up.
Maybe you're doing the patching? I mean, you tell me, man.
I never believed in magic, but I was magic all along.
The real magic was the stitches you gave along the way.
Other than that, I'm just continuing and keeping my head down in case there's a second shot.
All right. Yeah, so that's not what I wanted. There we go. So, Denny, you begin to come around a little bit. You are able to look around and see that you're on a street in London, not in a trench at Verdun. And well, you've been shot, and you have good reason to believe you know exactly who shot you, though potentially no idea why or
How
or anything else. But you feel pretty confident as to what happened. But man, it doesn't hurt the way it should. Like, you took wounds in the war. You've certainly seen enough guys get shot and horrible wounds, and you can feel what happened. You know a gut wound is the worst. And you can see the doctor frantically working on you, better than any field surgeon you had access to on the front line, certainly. But it's not that bad. Like,
I don't know why people complain about gut shots. Ugh.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's kind of like that. Like, yeah, it hurts, but it hurts like not even bad food poisoning. Just like something really disagreed with you. But not even like that severe, I'm done kind of food poisoning. Just, it's not right. And it's painful, but nothing like you feel it should be.
Maybe like
Your new suit is ruined, though.
No reason.
Right. So I suppose Denny would start like looking around. Like, do we know where he's shooting from? Where's Silas?
Who the hell's Silas?
And then he'll start to like try to get.
No, the doctor will forcibly push him back down. Do not move.
And he'll just say like, it's Silas. It's got to be Silas. I heard Silas singing. He always sang that rotten "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" song. And then he'll like feel the stitches and stuff, like, oh, the fucking ball game.
Yeah, Denny's a hockey fan.
And he'll say like, we got to get out of here.
I think he's gone. But yeah, I guess I'd agree.
In my professional
opinion,
Doctor, can we move him?
In my professional opinion, is he mobile?
You're not certain, given what's going on right now. So a couple things. First, the bullet missed his spinal column. So there's gross organ damage. Like, at least there was. But it didn't hit or sever his spinal column. So you expect that mechanically he's probably still going to be able to, operate normally within the bounds of whatever's wrong with his innards. Under normal circumstances, there would be no way he could move under his own power. Just none. Like, there's no way this guy is getting up and doing anything. Under these circumstances, you can't be sure. Like, this is weird shit at this point. Like, you don't know. All that said, with the amount of work you've done, you don't see any more significant bleeds. You've managed to pack the wound and get bandages on it so nothing's going to fall out of him or anything. You're certain he can be moved, or at least while moving him will not necessarily be great. Staying on the street like this is probably worse.
Gotcha. First thing I'm saying is we need to get this guy to a hospital. Like, I can only do so much. I just stitched up the outside. The inside is just torn up. We need to... I mean, you're doing great, Denny. Everything's fine. We're just going to go visit my buddies at the old hospital. And
Denny will...
just that.
Denny will attempt to get up again and say, what do they call hospitals here? Like polypops or...
Give me a Constitution.
Ooh.
Yeah, you... I mean, unless somebody physically prevents you, you manage to get to your feet. You're kind of wobbly. It's not great, and you got a hand on the car to sort of steady yourself, but you can get on your feet.
I think calling a cab in this situation is going to be rough.
Yeah, I think we should call an ambulance, but...
Yeah, how does one do that in this time period?
They have those little police phones. We can use a blue police box. Yes.
Then he will start moving towards the street, regardless.
Danny, just stay down, man. We don't know if somebody's still up there.
That's okay. I'm dodging as I stagger further.
Zigzag formation.
I'll never be able to hit you.
If history proves, right?
You can dodge a bullet. You can dodge it. No way, you didn't dodge that bullet.
Is there a visible street phone for emergency use?
First off, Denny, give yourself 2 more hit points. There is, but it's a little ways up the street.
Who's got I think it's Lois that's got the agility here, right? I remember you dogging down somebody.
Yeah,
no, like speed.
Yeah, Lois will run for the phone.
All right, not a problem. You run down about a block to an honest-to-God police box and pick up the phone.
Operator, we need an ambulance at whatever street we're on.
Sure.
And maybe there's a number of the police box, and I can tell it which number box I'm in.
Perfect. Well, it doesn't take long to connect to a dispatcher who says they'll be sending both police and medical to your location. It should be a matter of just a few minutes.
All right. Seemed like I didn't hear anyone shooting at me, or I don't see anything suspicious outside the police box. I'm gonna go back to...
Nope. You don't hear... There certainly aren't any more shots. The people you see on the street are surprisingly unconcerned. Like, you might have thought that an obvious rifle shot would cause more consternation than this, but apparently not. It's been a couple minutes since the event, so I don't know, maybe everybody who initially heard it ran off and the street got new pedestrians since then, but people are hustling along, going about their business. What few there are. It's not like it's crowded. It is, a little after midnight. But there are a few people moving about, and they're all moving normally, albeit a little quickly, getting to wherever they're trying to get at this hour of night.
Are there any other physical signs that this shot happened, like chunks of a brick missing, or...
You can give me a spot hidden roll back near the event itself.
And Denny's suit is...
Yes.
Ruined.
Denny's suit is ruined. There's a clean hole in the back. There's, even before the doc started tearing and cutting it apart, you could see the damage to the clothing on the front. Denny is absolutely injured.
I'm gonna spend 2 luck.
All right. So having gotten a pretty good read on the angle, even in the even in the, sort of frenzy immediately following the wildly unexpected attack, you begin kind of combing the area for any evidence. And as you're looking around for it and you're kind of eyeing the sidewalk, you do find a spot where a chunk of sidewalk has been gouged out by something right where you think the bullet would have hit.
Okay.
So it's not like a psionic blast of PTSD that just shot me. It was probably
not apparently. Yeah, and you haven't found the bullet itself. But whatever it was also affected the sidewalk, it seems.
That would be the doctor's next move, is go investigate, try to find what did this to him, help Adele a little bit.
Sure, you can give me a separate spot hidden.
I would point out the bullet hole to him to help him narrow down where the actual bullet may ricochet to.
All right, give me a spot hidden with a bonus die.
Roll bonus die. Golly, both 80s.
wow.
Yeah. You can't find any more than Adele did. She points out the spot on the sidewalk, and it looks like recent damage, as far as you can tell, consistent with a bullet hitting it, but you're not a forensic expert or ballistics expert or anything of the sort. So this is just I guess that's what it could look like if a rifle round hit a sidewalk.
Denny is still making his way towards where Lois went.
Sure.
I assume is closer to the road, to the main drag.
She went up the main street to get to the police box. You're moving almost normally at this point. I mean, you're in pain. I don't want to misrepresent. You're in pain. This sucks. But you're moving under your own power.
Now, rifles of this time period, is it common knowledge that they would produce a shell that would ting
Sure.
fall down?
Absolutely. It is. I don't know how much background you have in firearms. You tell me. How conversant are you with firearms? There's a certain baseline. The era means you have a certain familiarity with firearms, period. But do you have any detailed experience with them?
No, I've got a 30 in rifle shotgun. I assume that's standard for the time period.
Okay. Then, yeah, I mean, you'd certainly understand that a round would leave a casing behind. And you know that could be a couple of things. You assume it sounded like a rifle shot. So if you assume it's a rifle, it'll be either a semi-automatic or a bolt action. In either case, there's going to be brass that was extracted from the firearm, though you don't have a good read on which is more likely.
Gotcha.
Or where.
How helpful that would be, yeah.
Yep.
Maybe it was picked up, who knows?
8 stories up in some room somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well. My main interest at this point, now that Denny's up and moving, is what was I seeing? Was it real? And what's causing it?
Those police are gonna show up and think that we're crazy.
Yeah, what are you talking about? This guy's fully healed.
I think, honestly, we should probably just get out of here.
Well, the thing is, I don't know what's going on internal, so I would still...
Patient safety. What are you, OSHA? Shut up.
And for what it's worth, the scene itself is consistent with a rifle shot. There is a blood spatter. There's the damaged sidewalk you found. I mean, to that extent, that actual spot is consistent with a rifle shot, with someone being shot.
All right.
I just don't know if
Admittedly, the victim is in much better shape right now than seems plausible.
Yeah, I just don't know if it was some weird, freaky deaky African bullet that is made of freaking who knows what that seals up the outside and the inside stays damaged, and now you can't get to it and he dies because of that, or who knows? At this point, the doctor's just running through all this crazy crap in his head he's ever seen.
Maybe they're playing Morrowind and trying to level up rifle and medicine at the same time.
Yes.
So they shoot you with healing bullets.
That was my favorite dagger.
So a little bit of time passes, and
Denny
vehicles begin to arrive. What's that?
Denny makes it to the box.
Yes. You can certainly meet up with Lois. I think Lois was starting to head back, so you will meet up with her a little short of the police box. As vehicles begin to arrive, there are a couple squad cars pull up along with an ambulance. Obviously, the police pile out of the cars and begin immediately asking, what happened? We heard someone's been shot. Who's been shot? Where did it happen? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can just sort of run down the story you're going to give them, which may just be exactly what happened. I'm not trying to imply you should get your story straight. I just make sure you have the opportunity to tell them whatever it is you want to tell them.
Right. Well, Denny's totally confused and dazed, so he'll just say most of what happened. He won't say that he heard Silas singing a song, but he will say, somebody shot me. It sounded like a rifle back there, but the doc has patched me up pretty good. He's got magic fingers, I guess. I'm standing.
Magic fingers normally costs threepence. The police begin taking your statement as the medics come over and start to look at you and examine the bandaging that the doctor has already done. And I mean, again, you did a really good job. Even beyond, not even a really good job for the circumstances, a really good job, just period. The fact that it was done under the conditions it was is remarkable. But the police are still taking your statement as the medics get you on a stretcher in the back of the ambulance and tell you that they're taking you to St. John's Hospital.
The doctor wants to express his credentials and sit in the back of the ambulance with Denny.
Yeah, easy enough. I don't even make you roll for that. You tell him that you're the doctor. He agrees that you're the doctor. You're the one that patched him up. They're not disinclined to let you into the ambulance.
What about the rest of the group?
Lois and Adele, what are you guys doing?
I don't know. They're probably not. These are like the old school ambulances. There's not a whole lot of room in there.
Yep.
We can agree to catch a cab to St. John's and meet them there.
All right. Sounds good to me. That all happens. The police obviously accompany you, and they're going to interview the rest of you, asking about what happened. If the idea is that you're just going to tell them what appeared to have happened, they will just, note that. Denny, you promptly get taken into surgery, where they remove the bandages, begin examining you, and they can see all the stitch work, but you can see them looking kind of confused as they're just trying to get their initial read. They haven't attempted to anesthetize or anything else. They're just trying to evaluate the situation. So they've cut yet more of your clothing away. You're essentially naked from the waist up on a table as they're examining you, and you can see that they're looking kind of confused.
Well, I'll grin and say, am I going to make it?
One of them looks down at the wound, looks up at you, and you say, you're telling us you were just shot.
Yeah, there's a bullet hole back there and everything. I left some of me back there.
The doctor kind of lifts up one shoulder and says, that's part of what's confusing. There isn't a bullet hole.
It certainly felt like it.
There's a scar on your shoulder. He touches where you felt yourself get shot. You've got a scar here, but there's no entry wound.
Is the doctor also in this room?
Sure.
He'll kind of nonchalantly turn his back to the rest of the medical party and under his breath say, how are your insides feeling right now? Are they feeling better than 15 minutes ago?
They are. You can give yourself another 2 hit points.
I fucking knew it.
You're uncomfortable. But at this point, it's almost more psychological than physical. Like, things aren't right. You've got that feeling like, that almost shocky feeling of your body has been violated. Like, this isn't right, what's going on here. But you're not really in pain, and you kind of look down at yourself, and with the bandages away, there's still a wound there, but you recall there being like a gaping wound where the bullet just blew through you. And now there's a wound, but it looks like it's almost more of a cut than anything else. You're not able to see like your innards the way, not that you saw them before, but the way you sort of expected, having seen some fairly gruesome wounds in your time. Like, you were prepared to look down and just see like ropes of intestines that people were trying to stuff back into you, and there's nothing like that. But you are covered in blood, and they're cleaning you up as we speak, as they're trying to prep the area to treat. But
have the doctor cut him and see if he heals.
I was just thinking that.
Denny's gonna say, well, the doc sewed me up real well, but that son of a bitch shot a hole in my coat. I was there. I remember.
The coat that's now just rags on the floor.
Yep. Yeah, the shirt and coat you are wearing are beyond damaged from the attack. They've been cut and torn as everybody was trying to get at the wound and treat. Wow,
So,
you're clearly wounded, and the doctor just looks at a loss for words.
Says, well, Doc, I think we're done here then. And
in true 1920s farmer fashion.
Yep. Sir, I don't know what's going on right now. But we at least need to close the wound on your abdomen and bandage you.
Right. Well, let's do that then. That's fine. And he'll lie back down and say, like...
So, DVD, you're watching this, and you haven't had a clear view of the wound as they've been working on him and cleaning, nurses and doctors rushing to attend. You finally get a good look as the doctor turns away and then turns back to begin stitching up the wound. And as you're looking, you can see inside what now just looks like a tear in the skin. It doesn't look pretty. It's bad. This is still an injury. But you can see that the abdominal muscle wall is there. And the doctor begins stitching the wound closed. Works pretty quickly. And then just bandages it up.
Got some tests I'd like to run, but probably not in this hospital where they're actively trying to close wounds and not open them.
Meanwhile, Lois and Adele, you weren't able to join in the actual room, but you are at the hospital. You've been talking to the police. I'm assuming you're just telling them what you saw as well as you can remember it. Obviously, if you want to do something else, let me know. But the police are taking down your statement. They have left a card and assured you that they will look into it, they'll investigate, etc., etc., etc. But you are now effectively just in a waiting room at a hospital while the doctor and Denny are in an operating theater somewhere.
We don't want to tell them. Oh, I mean, we want to tell the inspector about the Brotherhood. We don't want to just tell regular police about that, right?
Probably.
Yeah. The unis who showed up don't immediately seem like the sort who want to hear about death cults.
When the police are gone, Adele's gonna lean into Lois and say, "It was the crystals."
What was the crystals?
Extra good healing crystals.
Oh. All right, thanks. She's gonna roll her eyes, and then she's also gonna be like just one of those, just for luck. One of your little crystals.
Adele will give her a crystal. Yeah, I told you they were good.
From my pocket.
That's the only explanation.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Doctor, I need a sanity roll from you. As you were watching both the assault and the healing.
Oof.
Nice. You lose 1 point of sanity.
Okay. Remembering back, was Denny... I know Denny had some rust issues on the boat. Was he ever physically harmed, like a cut or a bruise or...
I think the closest I got was like a big cloud of rust as we were forcing a door open, I think.
What about New York? Or in wherever we were? Is this the first time we're seeing you physically opened up in some fashion?
There was one session where you like popped the top off the zombie cork or whatever it was that I wasn't here. So I'm not sure what happened there. It sounded like a lot happened.
I don't think you were harmed. I think we just basically kited them.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you think you did. You kited them back across the room and up into the hallway.
Okay then. Interesting.
You suspect this is endemic to Denny?
I don't know. I think so, maybe. There's definitely some testing the doctor would like to do once we're out of this eerily familiar atmosphere.
So once they're done stitching up, then Denny's gonna try and get up off the table and say, okay, well, thank you very much.
And the doctor will say, hey, I'm his managing physician. I can take it from here.
They seem reluctant. They clearly want to understand what's going on better than they do, but there's not a whole lot they can say or do if you decide you want to leave. They're not going to physically stop you from leaving, and the police have already left.
The doctor version of, she doesn't even go here. He doesn't even have attending privileges. I can't discharge his patients.
Sir, this is the wrong country.
Yeah, so Denny will just start going through doors, trying to find Lois and Adele.
Sure. Straightforward enough. You find the closest waiting room, and they're sitting there. You're walking out. I don't know if you're trying to wear your tattered coat or you're just shirtless. Yeah. Your call.
Wearing the tattered coat with no shirt. Just trying to hold it.
Which, I mean, the shirt is... it's not really shirt anymore, basically, is where we're at. There are like a couple sleeves is all that's left. That was around you. The coat escaped some of the damage at least. So you kind of have that on, and it's got a couple significant holes in it and some cuts and tears, but it's at least still a garment. One garment.
So I will wear one unit of garment and find Lois and Adele and say, we gotta go. We gotta get out of here.
Denny says he saw a werewolf in the war. Is that werewolf himself?
No, that's bullshit. None of that's real.
Are we now a werewolf in London? Extended edition.
An American werewolf in London.
Oh no.
London wolf back in America, now back in London, because weren't you fighting over here before?
Yeah.
I was.
A Swiss werewolf
Okay.
in London.
Well, I was in France.
Okay.
French
Swiss
werewolf.
werewolf say "awoo" with the umlauts over the ooze. The slash ooze.
Wolf in London.
But if that was the case, we've seen
do
plenty
your
of
Swedish chef impression. Bark, bark, bark.
If that was the case, though, we've been through plenty of full moons. That's the whole thing, right? Full moons, he turns into a werewolf.
That's my understanding, yes. So,
I've only heard stories in children's books and Aesop's fables, which I believe is at this time.
But if anything we've learned about these adventures is that the published reports and what actually happens don't often align. Maybe it's not the full moon. Maybe it's something else.
Either way.
As we talk about Denny being a werewolf in front of Denny, who's just holding the tatters of his shirt.
Yeah, okay, that sounds really interesting.
That's a great theory.
Yeah, the intention, I think, is to get back to the hotel, right?
Yeah, I think that's the goal for right now.
The doctor is going to be hyper vigilant, walking out of the hospital in the cab, walking into the hotel, getting into the door of the room.
Sure. So you can give me a spot hidden.
I think Denny probably will be as well.
All right, both of you, absolutely.
Nice roll.
Nice roll, both of you. Nicely done.
Doctor.
Now you don't catch sight of
Doctor.
anyone following you or anything particularly suspicious. You're both kind of on edge for obvious reasons. But you don't see anything that arouses suspicion. Certainly not as much suspicion as the cab driver has as you kind of pile in. But he takes you back to the hotel and you walk into the hotel. You collect, again, a couple askance looks from staff at the desk and the couple people in the lobby. Though, again, it's wee hours of the morning, so there's not a whole lot of people around. But
just imagining the concierge last interaction we had was like, hey, what's this club about? And then we come back and Denny's just got a shirt that went through the wood grinder.
That club was wild.
We've all got blood on her.
Bloody shirt or bloody coat with no shirt.
Yep. And you've all had a chance to get the blood off yourselves, but the blood on your clothes you have not had the chance to do anything about. But yeah, I mean, you get back to your rooms without further incident.
All right. The doctor's going to sit Denny down on the chair, ask him how he feels yet again, specifically his insides.
You're feeling kind of sore. It's tender.
Yeah.
You feel like you got slugged in the gut by someone who's been in fights.
I feel better than I should, but
no doubt.
I am not comfortable with the idea that my friend Silas from the war just shot me in the back.
Do you know if Silas is still alive?
No.
You have no reason to believe he's dead, but beyond that, you got nothing.
Well,
Is it a ghost bullet?
do have a reason to believe he's dead because he was a maniac, and when we all went back to society,
sorry,
I didn't expect him to last very long.
Right. I should say you haven't heard anything about him dying. But beyond that, no idea.
I didn't see him die. We all came home. But to be honest, I'm not even really sure I know where he's from. He's one of those guys that isn't really from anywhere. So I'm very uneasy about that.
The ghost bullet theory is what I haven't thought of.
Mm.
All right, so
anything happened like this before to you, Denny?
No.
Insight check.
You don't have to roll. Denny, as far as you can tell, is being honest.
Yeah. If
Denny
something
was not a werewolf?
or I would have 2 of these.
Can we all
good
roll
point.
like
Good point.
Cthulhu mythos or
Sure. Anybody who wants to can make a mythos roll.
is this
Mythos or occult?
any of the weird stuff?
Mythos. With apologies, but yeah, this is mythos.
Okay.
Reiki.
Nothing really leaps to mind for you.
The doctor wants to sit Denny down, and he's going to pull out a scalpel from his field bag and say, hand out your hand here. I want to test something real quick.
Then he will squint slightly and pull out his hand.
And
What do you mean, Doc?
As he grabs his hand, he'll look at Denny and be like, "You saw my last work. You feel great. Nothing to worry about."
Well, you're not going to cut off my finger, are you?
Oh, God, no.
For your
Well, you saw what I did with the captain's finger. We saved that. Anyway,
your own finger.
Yeah, your own finger.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're missing a finger.
Which one was that?
It makes your previous surgery there, your stitching, even that more impressive because you were doing it without a finger.
Oh, yeah. And I'll just basically do a medium deep scalpel cut. Nothing that's going to be like, if this doesn't heal, it's going to be detrimental.
Sure. Yeah, sure, I get it. Test cut. Denny, go ahead and give me a constitution roll.
Denny will say, I was not shot
It's me.
there.
That's me. That's
Oh.
Lois.
You don't want that one anyway.
Not Lois. She's not going to do. Oh, well, okay. Do your own.
Nice.
Way to go.
So, the doc cuts you, and as you're watching, the wound heals.
Okay, everybody calm down. He looks around, scalpel and hand still in hand. Everybody calm down.
Well,
Simple explanation.
Okay. You, like... Mm-mm.
Has this happened to all of us? Cut yourself.
No, you cut yourself.
Adele will take a hat pin and poke her hand.
You poke your hand, a little drop of blood wells up.
Ow.
It hurts.
See,
Watch it intently.
now, this could be because of what you were pierced with. This could be because you've had this all along, but I tend to say no because of the whole ear thing that you just mentioned.
Hey,
It could be...
Drink that magic beer at the bar? Is that...
I did. It was terrible.
Either way, the doctor's lost for words and has a lot of theories, most of which are dumb because they're mystical, and that's bullcrap. But he's not putting them down. They're still in the contention.
Did my hat pin poke heal or no?
Nope.
So
Okay, well, this isn't a peep show. I'm going to go clean up. And I think we should go to bed. Denny is not super comfortable with this situation.
Give yourself another 2 hit points.
yeah, and the doctor's gonna keep an eye on Denny for a little while, just in case some weird crap happens. Weirder
As
crap happens.
Adele leaves, she'll Like, sotto voce. Beware the full moon, Doc.
Is it a full moon tonight?
He is 100% still convinced that Denny is a vampire werewolf.
Is it a full moon tonight?
You have no. I mean, you can't see it, so you'd have to try and count from the last one. You can try and roll natural world.
Adele 100% would know if there's a full moon.
Okay, fair enough.
And that's
Is it a full moon?
It is not a full moon.
Okay.
When is the next full moon?
The last full moon happened a few days ago.
Oh, so a while.
Yeah, sometime in March.
So, the doctor will leave Denny alone. I assume the girls are going to go to their room. But as Denny gets out of the shower and gets cleaned up and does his whole thing and is laying in bed, he'll start prodding with a few questions like, when's the last time you were injured? Things of that nature. I want to see if I can pinpoint when these things started happening.
I don't think.
Yeah, Denny, to your knowledge, nothing like this has happened to you before.
Yeah, like go
You've
through
been
a window.
injured, and it hasn't. This has not happened.
Yeah, he drove through a window. He set fire to a pyramid with you. You were there.
He wasn't. Wentworth was there.
Wentworth. Oh, I miss him.
Wordsworth.
Good old Wensleydale.
Wensleydale. That's so.
But yeah, I don't think so.
I can't tell you how much of a charge I get out of the wrong name running gag. I love that running gag in general. I don't know why. It's like the stupidest kind of comedy, and I love it anyway. I love it even more when it's a name you didn't even get to pick. It was a pre-roll character that you were essentially assigned, and I continue to mock the name.
He had to start carrying around his name on his card.
Yep.
To give to
Even
Lois,
then,
who promptly drop it on the ground.
you costed him like a good $10 in business card expenses.
Anyway, yeah, Denny, I don't know how you want to answer the doctor, but
Yeah,
this is a new one on you.
Just going through various times that things have happened and nothing like this has happened before.
The goal here is obviously Denny's experienced some supernatural occurrences in his recent to mid past. I'm trying to figure out when the last time he was injured and when it happened. Obviously, this is the first time this is happening. So the last time he was injured, it didn't happen, and now it is happening. What's happened in between to make this happen?
Well, we read all those creep show books.
We did.
You know what happened since then?
You
A
met
few
it
days
though.
ago, the full moon.
Oh. All right. The doctor's gonna ponder it and drift to sleep.
All right. Adele and Lois doing anything else before going to bed for the night?
When's the last time you would have taken any damage?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Would have been on the boat?
I don't think he took damage on the boat. I think he took some inhalation of rust, like you said, but
The only person that got hurt was the doc.
he may have taken damage in America, but I can't put a point on that. He definitely took damage in the previous campaign, but that was like 5 years ago or something, right?
Yep. It was 1918, if I recall correctly.
More than 5 years, maybe.
No, 21. I forget. It was a few years back. Yes.
Okay.
But nothing weird has happened to just Denny here in London, I think.
Other than the bullet that we can't find.
I think that might have just been an assassination attempt.
I'm wondering if later on when we bring this to the investigator, if we can say, hey, we've given you some information, can you check to see if the folks who investigated the crime scene found a bullet? If they didn't, that's concerning.
I mean, there was damage to the sidewalk and everything.
Yeah, and the bullet could be in a lot of pieces all over the place.
Sure, but at least something.
Right.
Because, like, that mysterious frickin' spirit snake that came out of nowhere did a lot of damage, but it's not anything from here.
Right.
I think it's the magic beer.
The magic beer.
Anything that tastes that bad's gotta be
good for you.
Yeah.
The beer tastes worse than moose piss, but they're out of moose piss, so...
Next best thing.
But the doc had the beer too.
I did. Ooh.
And he cut himself. Right? Did you cut yourself?
No.
You were being a big chicken. I cut myself.
Alright, as I drift off into sleep, I will have an epiphany somehow. And,
It was the voice of Adele whispering.
Yeah, cut yourself. Oh god, the occult. I'll hop out of bed, prick my finger, give a little slice to my pointer finger, and lay back in bed and look at it.
It bleeds.
Cool.
Well, Denny bled and then healed. Keep watching.
It doesn't heal. It just bleeds.
Alright. I'll throw a handkerchief over it and drift off into sleep. So it seems to be contained to Denny, whatever it is.
Before she goes to bed, Adele will find whatever silver thing she has and touch it before she goes to sleep.
Fair enough. All right. With everybody going to bed for the night, we'll call it here. Rob, I need you to do a couple things. First, you lose 5 points of sanity. Second, note on your sheet somewhere, insane constitution. And add Silas James Wayfarer to your backstory. As a significant person.
Insane constitution. That's what they have over in Venezuela, right?
Should I put that in backstory somewhere?
Yep. I think there's a significant people block. If not, just it's not important how it's organized as long as you can find it.
It was insane what?
Insane constitution.
And then can you give me the spelling of the last name?
Sure can. I'll put it in the VTT chat.
Can't be some after effect from like. Didn't you have something that like made you lose insanity but gave you some perk? Like on the boat? I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Talent?
Can't be that.
What was your pulp talent? I forgot about pulp talents.
Oh yeah, pulp talents.
It's under gear and cash.
Oh, mythos knowledge, strong-willed. I can compel people to cut themselves in the middle of the night. Do it.
Plot twist. You were the eldritch horror the whole time.
I can summon snakes that kill people.
With the evening's rest, can we regain hit points?
Yes. Everybody automatically regains up to 2 hit points for a night's rest, including Denny.
And I get an extra 3, so can I take my full 4 then?
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
And Matt, did you get my Discord message
Yes.
thing a week ago or 2 weeks ago or whatever?
Yep.
I can't. Okay.
I did indeed.
I'd forgotten about that. All right. Well, that was weird.
Yeah. But whatever Insane Constitution does for you, it sounds like it can't be too bad.
Well, and I have found that in Call of Cthulhu, things that have upsides have no downsides.
For sure.
You won't just continue to lose sanity
No.
as you heal.
Of course not.
That would be brutal. You can trade your non-replenishable resource for your replenishable resource. No, it's great. Check it out.
Not
Try
only can you, but you have to.
Right.
You can regain sanity.
On a level up, maybe, I think. Or a new scene.
Yeah, you can if you pursue aid, but
That's
it's not quick.
Like you get shot another time, like, okay, I'll be fine, but I need to get to my therapist.
Exactly.
I'll be fine. I just got to church. Hold on.
I want to say it's something like a month. You can get a couple points relatively easily by like talking to a background figure, a trusted friend, or somebody you identify as, But for more than that, it's like a month of therapy gets you a D3 on a successful therapy roll from the therapist. And if they critically fail, you can lose more sanity.
Oh no.
It is not easy. The effects of the mythos on the human mind are deep and problematic.
Crikey.
Yeah, cool.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
What's your shirt say?
It says, I used the knife, I saved the child, I won a war, God forgive me. It's from a book.
Okay.
Specifically from book 6 or 7, somewhere in there, the Dresden Files.
Okay.
Wasn't that a TV show, Matt?
It was a TV show I haven't watched.
You're supposed to say, I don't even watch TV.
I don't even own a TV. I certainly don't have more TVs than I can watch. I certainly didn't mount a TV in a room because I had the TV and there was wall space, so I put a TV there just in case. That would be absurd.
You know what I hate about TVs is that the internals get outdated faster than the externals, and a great looking flat screen TV is just low now because it's old processors.
So I have the old flat screen hanging in the game room where nobody watches television, but nominally turn it on and like play a music channel or like YouTube videos while you're at the game table. But yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, it sucks. All right. Are we doing next week?
I believe so. We're shooting for Pathfinder. Katie will be at MNRS. If her Case Western party turns out to be a real rager, she will let me know, and the backup plan is we'll come back to Cthulhu and go back to the subway scenario that you three were in, that I've got on tap. But one way or another, we'll be playing something next week. Ideally, it'll be Pathfinder with Katie in a hotel room, but, still able to play.
Okay, cool.
Sounds good.
That sounds great.
All right. Well, thanks for putting this on. This was a good time.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I will see you guys next week.
Sure will. Good night.
Bye.